Welcome to Locked On NHL's live trade deadline reaction show. I'm Andrew Berkshire, joined by my co-host in the Crosscheck NHL show, Mary Clarke, here kicking off 4 straight hours of NHL trade deadline live reaction and analysis. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Odyssey Sports app, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, and Facebook. Coming up today, we have live reaction to all the moves of the day, and of course yesterday, because the NHL GMs hate trade deadline day and have to make everything happen before the actual day. And our cast of local experts from the Locked On NHL Network will be stopping by to share their thoughts on the moves their teams make. We'll be here with you for the next 2 hours before Ross Levitan of Locked On Senators and Sarah Avampato of Locked On Kings take over from 2 to 4. But in the meantime, we have a lot to dig into. Mary, we've got Ian McLaren coming up of Locked On NHL Bruins. We've got about 15 minutes to talk about the Taylor Hall trade. In the meantime, let's dig into the action from the weekend. We got David Savard got traded for a first-round pick, Nick Foligno and Riley Nash to the Maple Leafs. What do you think?
Yeah, well, first off, I guess NHL GMs really thought that the deadline was, 3 a.m. today instead of 3 p.m. today. So considering how much action we got over the weekend. But yeah, I guess we can kick things off first off with the Foligno trade. I think that might be one of the bigger ones we've seen. So Foligno goes from Columbus, middleman San Jose Sharks take him and take 50% of his salary. And then the Maple Leafs get him at basically 25% of his salary after Columbus also takes 50% of that salary. So that is an interesting move, I think, for Toronto, because it seems they're loading up for something pretty big this year.
Yeah, sure. It seems like it. I think that the Leafs, I wonder if they've kind of bought too heavily into the criticisms of their game over the last couple of years, because Riley Nash is a really, really, really good defensive player, and Nick Foligno is, like, I guess, sort of two-way, but his goal scoring is not what it used to be. He's, getting up there in years. Kind of like a leadership character guy who doesn't hurt you defensively, doesn't hurt you offensively. Good, like, middle of the lineup guy who can float up and down. It seems like they're adding a lot of character players and defensive-minded players over the last 6 months or so, and that hasn't changed in the trade deadline. What I wonder about with the Maple Leafs is if they've gone too far now and they're going to move away from what makes them special. But I guess you look at their results this year, and nope.
They also gave up a lot to get.
They did.
Foligno. They gave up 2021 first-round pick, so they don't have a first-round pick as far as I'm aware this year. 2022 fourth-round pick, and then also their 2021 fourth-round pick. So 2 picks in the 2021 draft, a first and a fourth, and then in 2022 a fourth. So that is a lot to give up for basically just a rental. And a rental who, I mean, Foligno is good, but his day, I think his days are behind him in terms of his what he can bring offensively. He's more, I guess, bringing the grit and sandpaper to the bottom of the Leafs lineup. He's not going to be counted on to make big scoring plays, but he's kind of there to just add to the bottom of their lineup. And to me, we'll see how this trade shapes out depending on how far they go in the playoffs. I know that Toronto's loading up big time for the playoffs this year. I mean, they just got a goaltender to David Rittich also as well yesterday. So they're really loading up, but they're giving away a lot of assets. I mean, why not? If you're the Maple Leafs, do it now. The team's really good, but I guess we'll see how far it takes them in the postseason, because this really is a lot to give up for somebody who's just going to be there for, I believe, 1 season.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same type of move that the Leafs have made for a long time now, and it's been both Kyle Dubas and Lou Lamoriello that made these kinds of moves at the deadline, where it's shoring up your third and fourth lines as you head into the playoffs, and it's benefited them in the short term, and not necessarily been a huge deal, but at the same time they are giving up a lot of picks over a extended stretch. You wonder if they're going to end up, if they don't win, how long it takes to rebuild the cupboard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's not something I think you should really think about when you have Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner and William Nylander in their primes. And, I wouldn't say that John Tavares is in his prime right now, but he's on the back nine kind of thing. So, breaking news, Victor Mete claimed by the Ottawa Senators.
And the Stars claimed Sammy Vatanen too, by the way.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we're going to have Laura Saba of Locked On Canadiens up at 12:30 today to talk about the Canadiens' deadline moves. Personally, I'm shocked by the way that the Canadiens have managed Victor Mete. He has 3 years of really strong play under his belt. I mean, I'm sure you can relate a little bit to Shane Gostisbehere, right?
Yeah.
Not the same situation. I think Gostisbehere has a much higher ceiling than Mete ever had, but Mete has really strong underlying numbers, has his whole career, and then was held out for like most of the first part of the season and was given almost no chances once he got back in. Like he was a little bit rusty and he didn't play very well, and it was like right back out of the lineup, and like everything's kind of put on him. And I've seen some people kind of say that he has a bad attitude or whatever, but I think there's only so much you can expect of players when they've put in, a long period of good play, and then they're treated as like hangers on. They're not given a chance to show what they can. I think players have a lot of pride, and if you treat them as if they're not NHLers when they've proven that they are, they're going to get angry really quickly. And obviously, he made a trade request earlier on this season, which they said they were not going to do, and instead they end up losing him on waivers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting stuff from the Canadiens. We also have, rapid fire before we get into our guests. We also had David Savard going from Columbus, who's again been very active at the deadline, to the Red Wings and then to the Lightning. Another 3-way trade. Kind of a really interesting to see that the NHL is using teams are using kind of like a middleman to basically offload salary. So it was David Savard went from Columbus, who took 50% of the salary, to the Red Wings, who then took 50% of the salary, to the Lightning, who will have to pay 25% of his cap hit. And that's a big one for Tampa Bay, in my opinion. I mean, they really didn't shore up their defense when they lost a couple people in the offseason. So for me, that's a really big add to basically secure them into, the playoffs. And we'll see if it gets them to the Stanley Cup final again. But it's a very typical Tampa Bay trade, and I think it's really going to work out for them this year.
Yeah, it's almost weird in a way because I think Savard is a guy who's like maybe a little bit underrated by fans, but maybe a little bit overrated by analytics people. Mm-hmm. And usually what the Lightning end up doing is grabbing somebody who is wildly good by analytics at the deadline, or like in the offseason, like Kevin Shattenkirk, who got bought out and they got him for a bargain deal, and then they got Ryan McDonough in a trade. So it's almost like undersold one of those moves. I think David Savard's a good player. I like him defensively. I think he doesn't add much offensively, but they also don't need a lot.
Yeah, they don't need, especially with Kucherov gonna come back. So that's not something they need. They really need something to shore up that defensive line and just, make sure that they're ready for the postseason. Because that was, I guess, kind of like maybe even though they have, Victor Hedman, I guess maybe their like biggest weakness would be their defense, in my opinion, especially with the people they lost in the offseason. So I really think this is a good move for them. I mean, they also gave up a lot, to be fair. They gave up a 2021 first, 2021 fourth, and a 2022 third. So that's a lot. I mean, much like the Maple Leafs gave up a lot. But I think I'm more into what Tampa Bay gave up here, because I think that Savard adds more to the Tampa Bay Lightning than, Foligno would add to the Toronto Maple Leafs. I could be proven wrong there, but that's just, I guess, my gut feeling, after sitting on it for a couple of days now.
Yeah, and I remember when we had Mike Johnson on the podcast last week, he mentioned that he didn't think firsts were going to fly around too much, but we've seen, I think, 3 first-round picks traded now. Mm-hmm. And he mentioned that he thinks that the late first-round picks are going to have a little bit more value this year because of the uncertainty in scouting. I think that's super interesting because, that Tampa Bay Lightning have killed it on late first round picks, so to give it up for them, I think it makes the trade a bigger deal, and they're clearly looking for back-to-back cups here. I'm super interested to see where they're going to go and how they're going to shake out. I find the fact that the retained salary on Savard came from Yzerman and the Red Wings, who's a former Lightning executive, little bit suspect, but at the same time, I've
seen out his old team.
Yeah, exactly, right? And of course, you need connections, right, in the NHL, and it's good to have relationships to do things like that. But I think the fact that Yzerman very recently left the Lightning is a little bit off-putting to me in that situation. But you look at the Leafs did the same thing with I think Foligno, right? We were mentioning the Sharks. They went
the Sharks was the middleman basically for that trade.
Yeah, and I've seen a few people in media kind of railing against this thing where you're getting a third team involved to eat some of the cap space, but in a flat cap world, what is the other option you would like teams to do? Do you want just no trades? Because I personally, like, as much as the whole Yzerman thing leaves a bit of a bad taste in my mouth, just because, like, that's a weird one. I applaud the creativity.
Yeah. I mean, you have to get creative, especially in a flat cap era. Everybody wants to talk about how there's like no trades, nothing fun, nothing. The NHL doesn't do anything fun around trade deadline or whatever. But like, this is creative. I mean, they're not like major blockbuster deals, but it's neat to see like teams get creative with trying to like get around like the flat cap thing. I mean, I guess the biggest blockbuster we could talk about currently is the fact that Taylor Hall is now a Boston Bruin. That dropped late last night on Sunday. I think actually early Monday. I think it was past midnight, I believe. So yeah, I mean, Taylor Hall goes to Boston. They also get Curtis Lazar in the deal as well. Buffalo retained 50% of Taylor Hall's contract, and the Buffalo Sabres got Anders Bjork and a 2021 second round pick. So, I mean, I think we're going to talk about this with Ian when he comes up on the podcast, but Taylor Hall didn't get a first. He didn't get a first.
I mean, you look
Nick
at
Foligno got a first. Nick Foligno got a first, and Taylor Hall didn't. I don't know what NHL GMs are thinking, but oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, someone mentioned on Twitter, I saw it. I want to credit them, but I forget who said it. But this is the fourth Taylor Hall trade where people on Twitter have been like, what? That's the return? So clearly he's not as highly valued by NHL executives as he is by NHL fans or amateur analysts. But at the same time, like, Dom Lucian from The Athletic broke it down in terms of like how many wins above replacement each player is, or how much they contribute to teams. And Nick Foligno, who's having like not the best year, but also not a awful year, is still like something like 25% or less of the value that Taylor Hall has brought in a terrible year for Taylor Hall. So like if that shooting percentage regresses even just a little bit towards the positive, the Bruins made out like gangbusters here. It's just a shame that Taylor Hall is once again on a bad team.
I think Taylor Hall, though, will thrive not being thought of as the guy. Yeah, the guy, basically. Like, since the Bruins have so much going on up on the top end of their lineup, I think I'll find a new lease on life, basically, as being like, he just wants to be a guy. I mean, I was reading quotes about it earlier today that he just wants to be there. He doesn't want to be relied upon, like, to carry the team offensively. He just wants to play hockey. And you know what? I respect that from him. Like, I completely get where he's coming from. And I think that it's done him like teams have done him a disservice to try and make him something he isn't. So I hope that he's able to reach his potential with Boston, because we've seen that he's a talented player. It's just, I think he's been forced into a role that doesn't fit him.
Yeah, I wonder with that quote, because I saw it going around and I saw some people kind of making fun of it a little bit. And I know based on interviews that I've read and people that I've talked to around the league, that Taylor Hall is like a hyper competitive, I don't want to say alpha guy, but he's that guy. He wants the puck on his stick. He wants to make the play. So I think people are interpreting that as like, oh, he doesn't want to be the guy who is on the ice in the final minutes to try to tie the game or win the game in overtime. And it's like, no, he just doesn't want to be on a bad team anymore.
You know, like, I mean, I get it. The dude's been on some like terrible teams. I mean, like Arizona, Buffalo, like it's just, the list goes on. I feel bad that like he's like hopped around. I mean, New Jersey too. Like he's hopped around in his career and hasn't really had a chance to, find his game with a good team. So, and now that Boston, I don't think you could maybe find a better fit for him because of the way that offense is constructed. I mean, the Bruins have problems, of course. And I mean, they're trying to give away that fourth spot in the playoffs with the Flyers, who try and keep giving it away again. So nobody really wants that fourth spot, but I think he's going to be able to add to that team. And I think people might be surprised what he can do if he's not trying to be made into the guy for teams.
And to tell us how he's going to fit in with the Bruins, we are joined here by Locked On Bruins host Ian McLaren. How's it going, Ian?
Pretty good, friends. How are you?
Decent.
Very good.
Nice so Taylor Hall, is he going to turn the Bruins into a decent team again, or are they going to continue fluttering around in the fourth spot?
I mean, well, as we all knew going into this season, defense was the bigger question mark for the Bruins, and we saw on Sunday what what this group was able to do against the Washington Capitals team. They were without 4 of their top defensemen, and they're without 2 of their top goalies. So Taylor Hall or no Taylor Hall, a lot of Boston's success will be dependent on getting the blue line healthy and getting Tuukka Rask especially back in net. But for this team, year over year, they've always been looking for that top 6 winger to play with David Krejci. And if he can gel with Krejci, then I think, it's a massive upgrade for the Bruins at the left wing spot.
Yeah. We were talking about how, at least I was talking about how I think that Taylor Hall could, succeed where he hasn't been able to in the past if he's, not being thought of as the guy for a team. So I guess, Can you touch a little bit on that, how you think that he fits in the role on Boston's line?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously at the top of the lineup, you have Patrice Bergeron and Brad Marchand, who have been carrying things for years now and have been kind of the main offensive guys for this team. David Pastrnak has been up there as well, but there's a chance that he could jump down to the second line. And if you have a line of Taylor Hall, David Krejci, and David Pastrnak, a lot has been made of Taylor Hall's inability to score recently. He's sitting on like a 2.3% shooting percentage at the moment. That's bound to go up a bit, but he's also known more as a facilitator, a playmaker. So between him and Krejci feeding Pastrnak, that could be, one of the more dynamic second lines in the NHL. Craig Smith, who was signed in the offseason, has fit in pretty well with Marchand and Bergeron on the top line. And so that top 6, again, like I said earlier, the search for that top 6 winger to play with David Krejci has been long and painful and arduous. Jake DeBrusk was thought to have grabbed that spot, but he's taken some steps back over the last couple of years. He might be a bit more comfortable on the third line with Charlie Coyle and Nick Ritchie. So there's a bit of a trickle down effect as well. Taylor Hall won't be expected to be the, driving the bus here. He'll be a complementary piece to the top guys, the core guys, and his presence will kind of have a trickle down effect on the lineup and give a guy like Jake DeBrusk the chance to maybe thrive a bit away from top pair or second pair defensive assignments. So in theory, it should be very beneficial to a Boston offense that has struggled at times this season, especially at 5-on-5.
And Mary and I had talked about the Bruins a couple podcasts ago, and we looked at like this season and over the last 4 seasons that they've slowly been losing their power at even strength, right? Like this just hasn't been as dominant of a team. Still really good, but not like the absolute cup contender team that we were expecting to see from the Boston Bruins.
Right.
And, but the thing is we looked and we're like, well, the players that you expect to decline aren't the ones that are hurting, right? Like Bergeron and Marchand are still incredible. Pastrnak still incredible. That line's still arguably the best line in the league, right? So we wondered if it was time to maybe let Bergeron and Marchand run that line on their own. And you mentioned dropping Pastrnak down. Pastrnak as the scorer with Taylor Hall as the facilitator sounds like it has the potential to make 2 crazy good lines.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's what they should do. Bump Pastrnak down. He hasn't really looked himself over the last couple of weeks. I don't know if it's kind of residual effects from the hip surgery that he had in the offseason or what, but he's gone a few games now without finding the back of the net, and maybe an extended look with his countryman and David Krejci at the center, and then another facilitator like Taylor Hall could really benefit all 3 of those guys. David Krejci, I mentioned Taylor Hall's shooting percentage being way down. Krejci's is as well. He's come on a little bit in recent weeks, but between those 3 guys, and then, like I said, Craig Smith has been very serviceable on the top line. The hope is that Andre Kasha will be able to return at some point. He's been out since the second game of the season with a concussion.
Story of
Getting
his
him
career,
back,
unfortunately.
getting him
He's missed
back
a
would
lot
be
of
a
time.
real bonus. But yeah, between those top 6 guys at the moment, that could be really prolific top 6 for sure.
Do you think this is one of the last kicks at the can for this Bruins core? Because this is like when Mary and I were looking into it a couple weeks ago, we were looking like all the signs are pointing to things kind of falling off a little bit, except for the core players. But the core players are on the wrong side of 30 kind of thing. Marchand and Bergeron are still crushing it right now, but how many years can you depend on that? And I asked the question, would it be beneficial long-term to the Bruins to look at maybe moving some of those guys while they're still good? And obviously it's not going to happen this year. They're loading up again, but do you think they have another year, another 2 years? How many years do you think they're going to push?
I mean, it all comes down to this offseason. They have both David Krejci and Tuukka Rask, who are going to be unrestricted free agents. They are, at the moment, the 2 highest paid players on the team. If the Bruins are able to convince them to come back and probably at more team-friendly deals, seeing as they are a bit more advanced in age, then I think there could be, 2, maybe 3 more years with those guys still in the mix. If Krejci decides to move on, if Rask decides to move on, then things get a bit more up in the air. We already saw the loss of Zdeno Chara, Torrey Krug. Those were 2 very key players that moved on last offseason. Losing Rask and Krejci would just further kind of deteriorate that core. Marchand and Bergeron are around for a while. As long as they are playing at this high level, then you always have a chance. So a lot of it depends on what they do this offseason. They will have a ton of cap space, I think, around, I don't even know, $25 million in cap space, something like that this offseason with those contracts coming off the books. But you do have to take care of Charlie McAvoy at some point soon and Brandon Carlo, guys like that. It all depends on what those 2 decide to do, if they decide to stick around or move on, and what the Bruins are able to bring in if they are to move with all that cap space that they'll have because they've kind of freed that up.
And we haven't even mentioned Mike Riley yet, who the Bruins acquired earlier in the day and then continue just put out into pasture with the Hull trade. Nobody's talking about him at all, right? Like you mentioned off the top, the biggest need for the Bruins seemed to be on defense. But it's not really a defensive issue that the Bruins are it's on defense, but it's not a defensive issue in the Boston Bruins, right? So I wonder, do you think that Mike Riley's going to fit in well there? Because he's not exactly a defensive defenseman. He's a riverboat gambler, right? But do you think, is it a transition issue with losing Krug over the offseason?
That's definitely part of it. I mean, right from the beginning of the season, the Bruins had this plan to incorporate some young guys onto the blue line. And when everyone was healthy off the top, they were one of the best defensive teams still. And that's a credit to Bruce Cassidy and his system. They were near the top in fewest goals allowed per game, fewest shots allowed per game. Injuries have really derailed that at the moment. But defensively, they were still pretty solid. I think Riley will fit a need in terms of, like you mentioned, that transition game, getting the puck up the ice, trying to help facilitate more of that 5-on-5 scoring. For him to have, I think he had 19 assists in 40 games with the Senators. He was a positive possession player. To achieve that with this current Ottawa team is very encouraging. And to throw him on a Bruins team that has more guys up front that can theoretically finish when they get the puck, I think he'll fit in pretty well. I do believe he's been brought in more for that transition game, get the puck up the ice, and get the pucks to the sticks of the guys who can put the puck in the back of the net for sure.
Looks I guess. Sorry.
I was just going to ask one more question.
Okay, go for it.
Since you'd mentioned the injuries to this team, do you think the Bruins are going to do anything else before the deadline hits at 3 p.m. or are they just going to stay where they are and just hope that their injured players are able to come back, or are they going to, try and find possible replacements in the meantime?
I mean, I think it's definitely possible that Sweeney could still be active. They've acquired these 2 forwards in Hall and Curtis Lazar, and they still have a bunch of guys that are kind of fringe forwards or fourth line guys that are in and out of the lineup, like Sean Corrali, Chris Wagner, but also guys like Anton Bleed and Carson Kuhlman. If you haven't heard of these guys, I don't blame anybody who may not be familiar with those names. They're kind of just guys that they have that are taking up space on the roster. If they're able to, flip some of those guys for added help on defense, I wouldn't be opposed to that. They would have to make the salary match, because I think after Hall, that trade, they only have about 30,000 in available cap space, but they still do have their first round pick, which if they really want to swing big, they could float that in a deal as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sweeney's not done, but if this is all he does, it's still a pretty good piece of business for Don Sweeney prior to the deadline here.
Yeah, the Bruins seem to always do some pretty strong work at the deadline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trading is one of Sweeney's strengths. Drafting, not so much, but they've been able to do pretty well in the trades that he's pulled off during his tenure.
All right, thanks so much, Ian, for coming on with us. We really
no problem.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
For having me.
Yeah.
Good luck to your Boston Bruins, I guess. I don't actually mean that. I don't.
I get it. Yeah. All right. Enjoy the rest of the show and have a good time.
Thanks so much, Ian. Coming up shortly, we're going to bring on Laura Saba to talk Canadians, who is probably upset about losing Victor Mete, but we'll talk to her about bringing in John Merrill and see what she thinks is going to happen over the rest of deadline day, because Marc Bergevin's always working the phones, even though he says he's not. He earlier this season traded for Eric Stahl. I think it was less than 48 hours after saying that he has no cap space, so he won't be making any trades this year. So you just can't trust
one
anything.
side of his mouth and the words come out on the other. You
can never trust anything Marc Bergevin says. In fact, if he says something, the opposite is going to happen. That's
that
his
sounds about right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we've got a few trades that went down. Chicago traded for Adam Gaudette from the Vancouver Canucks for Matthew Highmore. Like a little trade. I'm surprised a little bit that the Canucks that the Blackhawks are loading up a little bit. But we got also the trade reaction video from Mike DiStefano to the Nick Foligno trade. So we're going to bump that up right now.
We are less than 24 hours until the NHL trade deadline, and the Toronto Maple Leafs have made the biggest move of the season so far. They have just acquired Nick Foligno from the Columbus Blue Jackets, their captain, for a first-round pick and 2 fourth-round picks. One of the fourths on its way to San Jose because they kept 25% of the cap, Columbus keeping a 50% of Foligno's cap. So the Toronto Maple Leafs only taking on $1.83 million of his whole $5.5 million cap hit. So that is a pretty solid price to pay in order to buy down that cap hit. But it leaves the Leafs with an opportunity to keep adding here at the deadline. They could make another move tomorrow because they do have the space because of those additional moves that were made by San Jose and Columbus. But what are the Leafs getting in a guy like Foligno? You're getting a true veteran. Like, this is a leader in the locker room coming from Columbus, wear the C on his chest, and he was a pest of a pest last year in the playoffs, as you Leaf fans could probably remember, and that's what he's going to bring to Toronto. He's going to be a big-time two-way threat. He's going to be an agitator, a tough guy to play against, and he's going to make you wish that you didn't have to play the Toronto Maple Leafs in the playoffs, because he's a bulldozer of a human being. He can add a little bit of offense. He could play net front on the power play, potentially. He could kill some penalties and score a little bit here and there. But the biggest thing that I like in what he's going to bring to the Maple Leafs is versatility. He could play the wing, or he could play down the center of the ice. So whichever way they decide to go with him, whether they want to build down the middle or allow that depth to flourish on the wings, you have that opportunity in doing both of those things with Nick Foligno. It's a great addition. Costs a little bit in a first and 2 fourths, but hey, the Leafs are making a big run to the Stanley Cup, and Foligno, a great ad to do it.
Thanks to Mike DiStefano. He's going to be joining the podcast joining the show later in the day. This is Locked On NHL Live's trade deadline reaction show. I'm Andrew Berkshire from the Crosscheck NHL show with Mary Clarke. And we're here for, I guess we've got 3.5 more hours of live NHL trade deadline reaction and analysis. Join us on the Odyssey Sports app for audio, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, or Facebook for video. We've got live reaction to all the moves of the day. Got our local experts from the Locked On Network stopping by to share their thoughts on the moves their teams make. And coming up after us at 2 p.m. is Sarah Avampato from Locked On Kings and Ross Levitan of Locked On Senators. They're going to be here until 4 o'clock. In the meantime, we're going to get right back into it. We're going to queue up Laura from Locked On Canadians. How you doing, Laura?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me.
That's our pleasure.
Yeah.
You know, I always love having you around, Laura.
That's true. It's been a while though. I miss hanging out with you and your kids.
This is true. Laura and I have been working together off and on for a very long time. She was the first edition that I brought in back when I was running Habs Eyes on the Prize back in like, what was that? The last lockout, 2013?
I want to say, 2012, 2013. It's been quite a while.
So Victor Mete, no longer a Montreal Canadian. How you feeling?
Not a fan. It seems like they gave up an asset for nothing, where I understand that the trade market has been set with, like players are fetching a lot less than we would have expected. But giving him away for free was not an option. He is a useful, serviceable defenseman. And I think it seems like, I'm not about to sit here and say he's Bobby Orr or whatever, but I do think that the Canadians underestimated his value. I think he's a very useful player that Ottawa is now going to get a lot out of. And it just, to me, it's upsetting that he's in the division going to one of the Canadians' biggest rivals when he was, in fact, a solution to a glaring problem the Canadians had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the Canadians went for John Merrill to essentially replace Mete, and he's going through the COVID protocol quarantine situation before he can join the team. And it seems like the Canadians are just stuck in a situation where the only defenseman they add, the only guys that they want to add are defensive defensemen.
Right.
And they have a lot of them.
Well, that's exactly it. And I said this on another podcast recently. It seems like the Canadians think that a good defenseman is a stay-at-home defenseman. In their mind, that's what a good defenseman is. Whereas the rest of the NHL has evolved. And in order to play good defense, yes, there is value for a shutdown guy. There is value for guys like, let's say, Shea Weber at his prime, not right now. But at the same time, how are you going to go from defense to offense if you don't have a puck-moving guy that can bridge that gap where you're, taking the puck out of your own zone, moving it up? And that, to me, is the problem, is that the Canadians don't seem to see that is a value. They don't seem to value that enough. They just think that this guy is good at D only. He must be like really, really good at defense, and that's going to improve our defense. And to me, that's very short-sighted, and it's not the way the NHL is going. And it's also, to me, a bit alarming. And again, it's Victor Mete. He's a sixth defenseman. I don't want to be hysterical about it or catastrophize it or anything like that. It just, to me, it speaks to a mentality where they don't seem to understand that you need to be two-way, not just as a forward, but as a defenseman in order to find success. And they seem to just keep pairing like two shutdown guys together and think that it's going to solve the problem. Whereas in my mind, you need a shutdown guy. If you want to play shutdown guy, go ahead, do it. But there's got to be some guy that's going to move the transition. It's going to take part in the offense as well. Because at some point, you're not only playing only in your zone or only in the offensive zone. Like, you've got to get from one to the other somehow. And that, to me, is a glaring problem with this team. And they seem to not value players who can move the puck on the D. And that, to me, it's not necessarily losing Victor Mete for nothing as much as it is them not understanding the value of a guy like Victor Mete. That, to me, is concerning. But on the face of it, the trade, like John Merrill, for what they paid, it's not a bad trade. He's a good PK guy. That is an identifiable problem on this team. Like, if you look at it in a vacuum, it's not a terrible trade. I do think, though, that they solved a problem that they did not actually have by trading for him.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I think the other thing that I look at with the Canadians is one of the issues that they have is coming from behind, right? They've had it work out a couple of times for them this year, but like last couple of minutes of the game, right? They just go balls to the wall and they end up tying it up and then losing in overtime. That has been like a consistent issue for them this year. But if they get out of a game early, it just seems like they're never able to get back in it.
Right.
And one of the issues with getting back in it is they don't have a lot of defensemen who can join in on the offense, right? There's Jeff Petrie, and Shea Weber can do it. He is a capable offensive defenseman, but when he does it, because of his lack of side-to-side mobility and agility, he gets burned a lot, right? So it becomes a huge risk factor, and a lot of the defensemen that he's paired with aren't able to cover for him. Whereas a couple of years ago, you know who was covering for Shea Weber in those situations? Victor Mete. You know, I've seen a lot of people mention that Victor Mete has been playing like really soft minutes, and like over the last season or so, that's true. But he started his career as a 19-year-old playing with Shea Weber on the first pair.
And it worked out.
Yeah, they have phenomenal results together. And even if he's only a third pair defenseman, and that's the best that he can be, like I was reading Jason Paul on Twitter at Wave Intel was just posting that Mete and Romanov have been by far the best third pairing the Canadians have iced this season. Their results are something like in the 70 percentile, like 70th percent for like expected goals, control of shot attempts, control of scoring chances. Like they just crushed it. And like there's value to crushing it with your third pair, especially for a team that has a lot of offensive depth and relies on that depth to get their offense going because they have no star players, especially with Brendan Gallagher out. So not having defensemen who can join in on the attack, no offense to, you know, Ben Sherratt, who had a decent offensive season last year out of nowhere, and Joel Edmondson, who can shoot but miss the net. You know, it's tough. You know, they are kind of a one-note team in that respect.
And I feel like they're wasting the offense that they acquired in the offseason. You know, we're talking about what a steal Tyler Toffoli was. You're talking about how Josh Anderson is living up to that contract that we were all scared of at the beginning when they signed him to, you know, a lot of money and a lot of term. And you're taking all of these guys and you're absolutely wasting it. And that to me is the problem that I'm having, is that, you know, it's all well and good to stack up your offensive depth and have, you know, you've got Kotkaniemi, who is a phenomenal player. You've got Nick Suzuki, who's a genius. And you've got Jonathan Drouin, who's such a great playmaker that he's doing so many magical things on the ice. And then they don't get the puck. So what's the point? You know, if you can't take the puck out of your zone and bring it up to these guys so that they can work magic, there's absolutely no point. We talked so much this year about how Danault, Tatar, and Gallagher, they had kind of a rough time when they were starting out. And in the first half of the season. And I think part of it is because that transition game has gone nowhere. And, you know, if you look at it separately, they're like when they are in the neutral zone, they're pretty good. When they are in the offensive zone, they're pretty good. And what's going on is that they're getting hemmed in their own zone and they're not being able to carry the puck out of it. And that's the glaring issue. So for me, a guy who can move the puck, you lose him for nothing. The philosophy there's something lacking. And I do hope that, you know, we're a couple of hours away from the trade deadline. We know that the Canadians aren't probably not going to make a big splash after acquiring Eric Stahl and after this. But in the offseason, I would hope that they solve this problem. And I think, you know, it's also a deployment issue as well. They weren't using Victor Mete when they could have. And what they're doing is they're putting two defensive defensemen together. And then you're taking a Brett Kulak, who's great, like, you know, for what he does. He's great for what he does. And you're putting him with Jeff Petrie, whereas, like, I feel like he would have a lot more contribution if you played him alongside Shea Weber, just by virtue of the fact that he's faster than Edmondson and that he's a little bit more mobile. He's a little bit better on the puck as well with Edmondson. So for me, it's a minor tweak that they need to make. They don't necessarily need to go out there right now and make a giant splash before 3 p.m. Eastern today. But I do think that it's a problem that they need to solve. And John Merrill, like, bless him, like, and his mullet, and you know, it's really like, it's good value for what he is. This trade was good value for what he is. I just think that it was very unnecessary. And I think that with that LTIR space that they have with Brendan Gallagher, like, I'm hoping that they do something a little bit, I don't want to say surprise us, because you know how Bergevin is, like, he's quiet and then he pulls something out of nowhere. But I want to see any indication that the team is thinking in the right direction.
Yeah, it seems like right now they've kind of tried to assemble the entire 2003 draft, and that's like the main focus, and then add some more defensive defensemen. And speaking of defensive defensemen, Edmonton seems to have acquired Dmitry Kulikov, pending Kulikov's work visa passport situation. So a bit of defense going to Edmonton right now. I know there was speculation that they were in on Taylor Hall. That's what I was really rooting for out of this deadline, was Hall to go back to Edmonton.
Going
and
back
do
to
like
Edmonton.
the go on the
Yeah.
revenge tour, right? Like that's proving everybody wrong about his last stay in Edmonton, that he wasn't the problem. But obviously he's going to Boston instead, which is like the worst case scenario to me, but whatever.
Sorry, Andrew.
It's all right. All right, Laura, thanks so much for coming on. We really appreciate your analysis on the Montreal Canadiens and the NHL in general, because you're so smart.
Thank you so much for having me. This was fun.
Yeah, come on our podcast soon.
I will, of course.
We're definitely going to hook that up. So coming up soon after Laura is we're going to talk to viral sensation Matt Best about the Nashville Predators, which is very exciting because Dave Poile seems to always make a trade at the deadline. We'll see what they're going to do. The Predators are such an interesting team. And by interesting, I mean chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we talked about it on our podcast. We had lengthy discussions on whether the Predators should be buyers or sellers, or just shouldn't even do anything at the trade deadline. So I'll be interested to get Matt's perspective on it. But I mean, me personally, I think they should we talked about it. I think they should just hold. I don't think they should be buyers per se. I think they owe it to their team to like run with this core that they've got that put them in a playoff position. But you never know what are on the minds of NHL GMs.
Yeah, I think looking at the Predators, aside from the fact that this is just long, like short-term success here that they've had, they're also like 5-0 in the shootout this year, which boosts the numbers a little bit for the record. They're on an 8-2 streak their last 10, and they're still way behind in like under 500 or under even in goal differential. So the NHL on their stats page has them at -9, but shootout goals count in that. So they're actually -14. And that's just not
yeah.
Good. But before we get to Matt Best, we're going to throw to the Locked On Penguins Hunter Hode's reaction to the Jeff Carter trade, which I'm sure is just great to listen to for Mary, who is a longtime Flyers fan.
I'm not listening.
Hey everyone, Hunter Hode's here of Locked On Penguins. It is trade deadline day, and yes, the Penguins have made their first trade, probably their only trade, getting former Philadelphia Flyer Jeff Carter from the Los Angeles Kings, trading away a conditional draft pick in next year's draft and a conditional draft pick in the 2023 draft. And the Kings are retaining 50% of his salary, so which means he's only going to make $2.65 million for this year. And next year, I absolutely love this deal. They can plug him in as a third-line center and have him centering potentially Jason Zucker and Adam Rodriguez, or they can put him up on Malkin's left wing and have McCann be the third-line center, Jason Zucker on the left wing, or Adam Rodriguez there. But it gives the team more flexibility, and Carter is still a pretty damn good shooter, and his underlying numbers are still pretty good. You know, I see this more as a Billy Guerin type move when they made it in 2009, as opposed to trading for the corpse that was Patrick Marleau last year and giving away a pick when he just wasn't really good anymore. Carter still has hands. He's still fast, and I really think he can be a difference maker for this team. But for more news on the Penguins, you can go to check out the Locked On Penguins podcast, and we'll see if they have another move up their sleeve as the deadline gets closer to 3 o'clock.
Oh boy, Jeff Carter. I miss him. I really do. It's really funny because like Jeff Carter and like Mike Richards and like that like era of Flyers was I guess like my real like major foray into, you know, hockey. So it kind of it guts me a little bit to see them on to see Jeff Carter on the Penguins. And like Ron Hextall, though, he's just twisting the knife in a little bit deeper for the Flyers fans. It's just been a miserable year for Flyers fans between, you know, this team underperforming, Hextall joining the Penguins. The Penguins claimed defenseman Mark Friedman from the Flyers off of waivers, and so they lost him for nothing. And now the Jeff Carter thing, it is not but a fun time to be a Flyers fan. But I know that a lot of I know like Hunter and I go back and forth on Twitter all the time about the Flyers and the Penguins rivalry. So happy for him that he's got such a you know, fun scorer and, you know, good shooter in Jeff Carter, but boy does it hurt a little bit to see that.
Yeah, and Jeff Carter over the last few seasons has actually really fallen off, but he's been decent this year.
Yeah.
Which is interesting for the Penguins because he's kind of a guy who now is a bit of a defensive liability, but still creates a good amount of offense. But the goals haven't been going in for him at even strength or on the power play. So it'll be interesting to see if he's given a little bit more offensive support on a team like the Penguins, and he ends up, revitalizing his career a little bit. I like the comparison to Bill Guerin. I think Guerin, when he came to the Penguins, was quite a bit better than Jeff Carter is right now. But I see the comparison. I do see the comparison. I think Carter's legs are a little bit gone out from under him, whereas Guerin was still quite a good skater when he came aboard. But I feel like the Penguins always find a way to get the best out of the old timers that they acquire. And it's really weird to talk about Jeff Carter as an old timer, but he's another one of those guys from the 2003 draft that I think and I kind of grew up on. Right.
Yeah.
And now they're mid 30s to late 30s. It's
weird.
At
least he already got his cup with the Kings, so that if the Penguins do win the Stanley Cup this year, I'll just be all right, it's whatever. I don't have to be oh, they got him his first cup, all that type of stuff. I can just be just ignore it. It doesn't exist.
Speaking of first cups, we're going to bring in Matt Best to talk about a team that doesn't have one. Almost did, but the Penguins took it away. How's it going, Matt? Viral sensation.
Not too bad. How are you guys today?
We're great. We're having fun.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I can't say fantastic for the Predators today, too, unless they do something, anything. It's like that old meme that you see of the guy with the stick poking the thing, going, "Come on, do something." That's every Preds fan right now with David Poile.
So you want them to do something?
Do you want them to buy, actually go all in?
Oh, no, I want them to do the complete opposite.
Oh, you want them to sell? Okay.
Yeah, no. If I came on here and said I wanted them to buy, I'd be in a lot of trouble from a lot of people. I need them to sell. They have a lot of one-year contracts. Mikael Granlund, Eric Haula, one-year deals that you need to ship out for assets. But David Poile has perpetually stuck in this run-it-back mode since 2017. That's all he's wanted to do is just, we can get to the playoffs. Yeah, we can do that. Well, here's the news flash for David Poile. The longer you hold on to assets and keep them and get nothing for them, the longer you're just going to be a team that knocks on the door of the playoffs or barely squeaks in. And how often are we going to see a number 8 seed in a regular year like the Los Angeles Kings make a cup run and go all the way to the finals and win the whole thing? That just doesn't happen, and it won't happen with this Predators team. And it starts with David Poile.
Yeah, and I think people kind of a lot of GMs look at that team, the LA Kings that snuck in that year, and they think, oh, well, if they can just get in and make it to the end, that's everything. But that team, once they made a coaching change, was the best team in the league by all the analytics that were available at that time. They were crushing it, and they were super unlucky during the year, and they finally started to get things going as they headed towards the playoffs and just bulldozed the whole league. That doesn't happen as much anymore because there is more focus on analytics and there's less of a spread now than there was back then. And the Predators, sorry to say for Predators fans who are still holding out hope, don't seem to be the analytics darlings that they once were back in 2017, where they kind of almost did the same thing, right? I don't think they were 8th. I think they were 7th when they made their cup run.
Yeah. They weren't.
They almost did the same thing. Yeah, so they almost did the same thing, but they were incredible by the analytics, and they mashed up against Chicago in the first round. And I don't want to say shocked the world because I think a lot of people by that time were paying attention to the numbers, but they sure as heck shocked Chicago, right? And I think if Poile's expecting that to happen again, and he's got to pay a little bit better attention to what's actually happening.
He needs to pay a lot more attention, especially in the Central Division, where you have two of the biggest dogs in the NHL. You have the Carolina Hurricanes and you have the Tampa Bay Lightning. And I know the Panthers are doing great, but the Predators have been able to play them tight. Whereas the Hurricanes speed in the neutral zone and just their breakout. The Predators aren't a fast team. They were beat early in the season with a lot of hooking penalties, a lot of stupid penalties, just trying to catch up to people. And they've kind of figured it out with John Hines' system, but the Hurricanes still give them the yips. That's completely true. And Tampa Bay, what they've done going out and getting a few people at the deadline, becoming even stronger, I don't want any part of that if I'm the Nashville Predators. There is almost I'd say about a 10% probability that if the Predators do get into the first round, that they can upset a team like the Lightning or like the Hurricanes. I think they have a decent chance against the Panthers. I wouldn't say over 50, I'd say about 30%. But the first step is make the playoffs. And I guess in a year like this, where the 2021 draft isn't the strongest, yeah, it's kind of acceptable to go ahead and try and make a run for it, but why not make this run with the youth in your system, with the Rem Pitlicks, with the Phil Tomasinos, instead of going, yeah, we'll keep Mikael Granlund for this run and get nothing for him if he doesn't resign. Yeah, we'll keep Erik Haula for this run and get nothing for him if he doesn't resign. Or if, yeah, and then you look at a guy over on the blue line, you look at Mattias Ekholm, and Ekholm's trade value heading into the trade deadline has never been higher. Just because he has a year and a half left, you would get something like the Maple Leafs did for Jake Muzzin. There was no doubt in my mind about that. But instead, what are they going to do? Hold him out and just wait for the year to pass? Probably. I mean, David Poile could prove me wrong in the next half hour and do a trade here. I'd be pleasantly surprised. But keeping Ekholm for another half season loses that value that another team would see. And then he becomes a pure 1-year rental heading into next season. And you won't get the ransom you want.
Yeah, and there's only so much teardown you can really do for the Predators, and they're a team that hasn't done an exceptional job making the best bang for their buck on picks over the last several years. They've been moving out picks, like you said, to run it back to 2017, trying to continue to expand their cup window with maybe not realizing that it closed a couple of years ago. I wonder if there's, like, do you see a possibility where they can gut the team to a certain extent and rebuild around like the Yossi Ellis, Johansson, maybe I guess Colton Sissons core? I'm just looking at who's still left on the roster. I mean, at least they don't have a lot of money tied up in forwards, right? So there is some versatility coming in the next couple of years, but I think they're in for a couple of years of pain before they can get back to anything special.
They need a few smart moves by David Poile. And what I mean is, you look at Ryan Johansson and you look at Matt Duchene, each player is, overpaid. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. You kind of need a team like Seattle to come in and go, hey, please take one of these guys from us. We need you to just clear up a bit of cap room. I think the move here is build around Tolvanen, build around Forsberg. You have Yossi signed long-term. And then you kind of reassess. You have Phil Tomasino waiting in the wings, who I think is going to be a phenomenal player in the NHL. I don't think he'll be an elite superstar, but I think he'll be one of the guys that'll eclipse 80 points on a regular season without a doubt in my mind. Then it gets confusing because UC Saros is going to the Preds and going, hey, you forgot about me? I'm a pretty good goalie right now. And he's looked dynamite, whereas they have Askarov waiting in the wings in the next couple of years. So it's going to be very confusing and very particular to see what David Poile does. But I think the move is to trade one of Ryan Ellis, one of Mattias Ekholm, try to get Seattle to take one of the $8 million men up front, and then build around your Luke Cunnins, and then go from there. The 2021 draft isn't a draft I want to see assets taken from. The 2022 draft is where I kind of want to see, for a lack of a better term, this Predators team suck.
If you had to choose, like, contracts notwithstanding, obviously be much harder to trade the long-term, higher value contract. Would you rather say bye to Ryan Ellis or Mattias Ekholm?
Based on, are we counting what the return would be too?
No, emotionally. Emotionally,
I'd rather get rid of Ryan Ellis over Ekholm. I think Ekholm has a bit more to offer, and especially if you can get him locked up for a longer-term deal. I just think that Ellis is a bit older too, and it's no slight on older people, and I don't like calling people over the age of 30 old. That makes me feel very uncomfortable.
It's different in pro sports, right?
It is. I mean, once you pass like that 26, 27, 28-year-old mark, it's like, you're getting kind of old. What have you done for me lately? Where I think Mattias Ekholm is a guy that fits this system quite well. And I think Ryan Ellis would fit well on a team like the Bruins, who I wish he would have gone to.
Yeah, I think Ryan Ellis.
Don't say that to Andrew, he's been lamenting the
Trashing the
Taylor,
Bruins the whole time.
the Taylor Hall trade earlier today. So I wouldn't put that out there for him because I think he,
Okay.
might start crying on the show today.
Lapsed Canadians fans don't care about them anymore, but still hate all the teams that I'm supposed to hate.
Proud of you. It's fun for me being up in Toronto and discussing the Predators because I can look at this team without a complete home bias and just analyze it over the top. And I mean, people have said I've had hot takes, but it's just this is what I see from the outside looking in as a die-hard fan of the team, and I think that's a good perspective to have, especially in a smaller market team like the Predators.
And the honesty is nice too. Like, fresh takes. I really appreciate that.
It's fun to say that a team you want them to kind of suck, and then have people jump on their keyboards and go, "Why do you want them to suck? They're your team." It's like, I just want them to be good in a few years and not knock on the door of mediocrity for a while.
Trust me, as a Flyers fan, I know what that feels like. And
my apologies.
I mean, it's been a rough year. It's been a rough year for a lot of reasons, but yeah. So I completely understand that. And sometimes it's just like you wanting your team to suck so that they can be better and not be stuck in mediocrity. Because like if you get stuck in that 10, 15, draft range where you're not really like getting anybody like a superstar type of thing, or not even just like a superstar, but like a top player. And you're just like getting like the middling guys, depending on the draft year. It can you can't build a team around that. You need somebody. So I get the urge to want to say that and to want your team to suck so they can be better in the future. Use the pain now to enjoy success later.
Yeah, you look at the Toronto Maple Leafs and the years of drafting guys like Yuri Talusti, Bracco, and guys like that. It's like, why don't you just be awful for a few years, get your Mitch Marners, get your Willie Nylanders, get your Austin Matthews, and not have to sign the Jason Blakes of the world to long-term contracts and the David Clarksons.
Yeah.
So Matt, real quick before we let you go, we can't let you go without talking about you going viral. And let's be honest, do you feel shame for getting Tim Peel kicked out of the NHL?
I know a few people who have their Twitter bios changed to I know the guy who got Tim Peel fired. I honestly don't feel bad, and that makes me sound like a bad person, but just because something's happened in a sport or in your life for so long doesn't mean it's right. Everyone knew this was happening, but this was the first time someone's been called out. And I mean, just like everyone that goes viral, I didn't try to go viral. I tried to just send this to my Preds audience and be like, hey, look, this guy said something he probably shouldn't have said. And then everyone just started filling up my phone and my Instagram. I was like, what is going on now?
Yep.
But no, I don't feel bad. If anything, I mean, the way everything's shaken down, if anything, Tim Peel should send me a fruit basket because I sent him to an early retirement and he's still getting his pension.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the worst deal for Tim Peel. Just a little bit embarrassing for him, but I guess it's not the first time that situation has cropped up.
Yeah.
I wish there would have been more actual work done to respond to it, but it seems like the NHL is complacent to just let it sit at Tim Peel.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, what do you kind of expect from the NHL, sadly?
Yeah.
Botched calls on player safety, botched precedent set. It's an interesting time to be a hockey fan as a whole.
Ain't that the truth?
It is. Thanks so much, Matt, for joining us today. It was a pleasure talking to you, and good luck covering the Nashville Predators for the rest of the year.
No problem. Thanks, guys. Enjoying the show so far.
Thank you.
You're here watching or listening to Locked On NHL's live trade deadline reaction show. I'm Andrew Berkshire, joined by my co-host on the Crosscheck NHL show, Mary Clarke. We're here for a good stretch of time more, at least another hour, and then 2 more hours after us comes Sarah Avampato from Locked On Kings and Ross Levitan from Locked On Senators. They're going to take you from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern time. In the meantime, we're going to recap some of the stuff that has happened today. There's not much in terms of big-time trades, but the Oilers acquired Dmitry Kulikov. That's a decent addition for them. The Lightning acquired Frederick Claesson for Magnus Krona, who I've never heard of. He's a goalie going to the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah.
Claesson gives them, I guess, a little bit of depth on defensemen or on defense if they have some injuries during the year. What else haven't we talked about yet? Oh, the Islanders acquired Braden Coburn, which is, I guess, I mean, they didn't pay much, 7th round pick, but that's like a, hey, you played on the Lightning, so I guess you're good.
And it's a former Flyer moving too.
That's right.
Yeah. Braden Coburn back in the day, much like a Jeff Carter. It's one of those. It's one of those trade deadlines where it's like, what am I? Am I in my teens again? Like, am I like, getting a Mike Richards poster like a couple days before he gets traded, and then have to live with that in sadness. Yeah, it's been a fun couple days for former Flyers. The other thing I've seen is Pierre LeBrun just tweeted that this is a rumor. But still, all signs point to Matthias Janmark ending up in Vegas. So the Blackhawks and the Golden Knights are still working on details, but interesting stuff.
The Blackhawks seem to be like buying and selling.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what their game is, if I'm completely honest. They have like one foot in both doors, and I don't know if that's necessarily the best for them. I mean, like we just talked about like the Predators, but
it might be what we talked about with Mike Johnson on the podcast last week, was teams setting themselves up for the expansion draft, right? So maybe they're moving out guys that they wouldn't want to lose for quote unquote nothing, right? So
the all-important expansion draft is, I guess, a big factor for teams coming into this deadline, not only just the flat cap and all that, but you really have to be careful because Seattle's going to be smarter than it's like teams are going to be smarter than like they were with Vegas for Seattle. So like they're trying their best. We'll see what happens with Seattle in the summer, but I don't think we're going to expect the same amount of like deals, like moves pulled off and stuff like that Seattle will benefit from as much as Vegas did. But that's just, who knows?
Coming up in a few minutes here, we're going to talk to Joe DiBiase. It's so hard for me to not say Ted DiBiase every single time. We're going to talk Sabres with him and the Taylor Hall trade and how awful the Sabres season has been. And maybe he can shed some light on some sort of hope for that fan base, because there's got to be something around the corner, right? Like there's got to be something. But in the meantime, make sure you're tuning into the show. If you're listening on the Odyssey Sports app and you want to watch, you can check us out on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, and Facebook. We've got live reaction all day today until 4 p.m. when the trade deadline is over. What else haven't we talked about? Brandon Montour to the Florida Panthers.
Yeah.
That's a thing. They paid a third round pick for him. There was a time when Brandon Montour was considered like the best young defenseman on the Ducks, right? They let go of Shea Theodore to Vegas for Montour.
Yeah.
That didn't work out so well.
I think another deal we could possibly talk about is Devin Dubnyk heading to the Avalanche. That happened a couple of days ago, but we talked about it on our podcast. I think that the Avalanche needed goaltending. And I mean, I know Devin Dubnyk hasn't had like the best numbers recently, but I don't think he's going to be depended on to be the guy. I think they need somebody there that's competent. And I mean, I know that his numbers have dropped off a lot in the last couple of years, but like there's still something there. I don't think it's a bad signing for the Avalanche. I think they needed to get somebody. So I think the deal makes a bit of sense. So I
was underwhelmed.
They were underwhelmed. I mean, maybe it's just my optimism, because I still think that there's some good in Devin Dubnyk. Maybe it's just me being optimistic about it, but I don't think he's going to be like required to be like to have a ton of minutes. I think they just like need somebody in case like something happens to their goaltending like it did last year. But tell me why you think that way, though. I'm interested to hear it.
I look at what he was able to do with the Wild, right? And there was a time where Dubnyk was considered like a really great goaltender, but the Wild were also one of the best defensive teams in the league, and they remained that way for the entire time that he was there. And his numbers, he had this great resurgence in that like 39 game stretch in 2014-15, and he was like decent, good, decent, league average. And like if you look at compared to like what his expected save percentage was based on the numbers that the Wild were allowing, like the shots that they were allowing, it was like good, under, average, under, awful. So it was like, this is now 3 years that he's been on the awful side of the ledger. And I just think at 34 years old, if you got 3 years in a row where you're really struggling, I just don't think he can necessarily be counted on to be the guy. I thought that they were going to get somebody a little bit better, but at the same time, I expect to be proven wrong because it's the Avalanche and they are a pretty smart team.
Yeah, I mean, you make good points that he really hasn't been trending well, and that like he hasn't even really been that impressive just in general. I guess who would you want to like if you were the Avalanche, I guess, and you were making those deals? Who would you have wanted to pick up instead, since you didn't think Dubnyk was that guy for them?
I mean, I looked at maybe Jonathan Bernier as somebody who could be picked up. I think he would cost a lot more because Detroit is, they want to get bang for their buck, and Bernier has been a lot better over the last couple of years. But I don't know. I just somebody creative. I think Dubnyk has just been around for so long that you look at his career arc, and I just don't see the potential for taking over there. I know that it was mentioned Linus Ullmark was a guy that they should target. I think that would have been a really inspired choice. He's been great in Buffalo, which who has been great in Buffalo?
Yeah, but don't you kind of want to see Buffalo keep him because he's been one of the shining, like the only like a bright spot for them? Like I would feel terrible if he left Buffalo and like what do you have left of Buffalo? Like nothing. Like
yeah.
I can understand like why Buffalo kind of wants to keep him close to their chest because like he's at least like shown you something these last couple of years. So I don't know. I think that possibly be something to build around if you're Buffalo. So
it's definitely possible. I look at Buffalo and I think this is once again a long-term rebuild, and there's very few people that you'd want to hang on to, right? If it's at the point now where you wonder if like there's been open musings that maybe Jack Eichel gets traded, and then who knows?
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the list that popped up of like the available, like the people on the trade block, but boy, is that list thinned out in the last like 12 to like 24 hours. I mean, I don't remember who was at the top of that list, but it's not like the major names, it seems, anymore. We've really been cleaned out and it's been pretty quiet. I mean, considering like the last couple of years, it's been like usually see like a little bit picking up recently, but like within like the next couple of hours, but nothing's really, come down the chute since the Taylor Hall deal. So we'll see what it's like with the next couple of hours, but I don't know. I think we're looking at another dud of a deadline, but that's not surprising when it comes to the NHL.
And this season, like there just wasn't a lot of huge names available at the deadline. It's a lot tougher to move big salaries in a flat cap, and the COVID situation makes it even more rough. Like I think teams are hesitant to make those giant moves when they have to still miss a portion of the season.
Yeah.
Especially if they're being traded over borders. I think you look at the big names on the list left, and Matthias Janmark is who TSN has as the top available player. Yeah, and he's all right.
And he's looking to be moving too. Like, I mean, so
yeah, it's almost done.
Mm-hmm.
So like anytime that Luke Glendening is in the top 10 on the trade bait board, it's not the most inspiring trade deadline.
Yeah. Ugh. I mean, we knew this too. Like that was the thing. We knew that the deadline was probably going to be pretty slow. I just had hoped that like the trades yesterday from like last night, like into the evening to like the morning, like the early morning hours would have happened today, because there would have been like, Twitter would have been fun with all the jokes and stuff. But like, it seems like we got that out of the way last night while people were sleeping. And I'm like, come on, just leave us something for today. Like it's 1:00. We've got less than 2 hours left to go, and I don't know. I've got NHL Network on my TV right now. It's the Sportsnet feed, but like they're just running interviews. It's like nothing really fun at the moment. So
yeah, this is like one of those situations where the guys who start at like 8 a.m. here, like I don't know if you guys have it in the States, like this wall-to-wall trade deadline coverage.
No.
But up in Canada, like the sports networks here start at 8 a.m. and they just stretch and you see how creative they can get. Like TSN had a like Brady Bunch inspired segment.
Yeah, I saw that this morning on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do to fill that airtime. I mean, like it is like you can only do so much, like talking about analyzing trades and stuff. Like you got to find something fun to do. But like, I mean, in years past, I've like, kept busy by like, I've done like trade deadline bingo and stuff like that. But like, I'm glad I'm not doing it today, because like, I feel like there'd be nothing. There's nothing fun to talk about at the moment, like, because everything's already happened. But here's hoping that like the next couple hours. I mean, I know Scott Laughton's name from the Flyers has been thrown around a little bit. Like, it's hard to say if like he'll sign an extension with them or if he'll get traded. So I'm looking out for that, at least in terms of like Flyers, because I know that he's a name that like not many people would know, but he's like a solid guy for the Flyers. And like, I think Flyers fans would, in a normal year, maybe want to keep him. But if you can get him, like if you can trade him and get a solid return, I think that's something worth exploring. So we'll see what Chuck Fletcher does at the deadline. I've been thinking that the Flyers aren't going to do anything. There's a lot more for them to do, and like major surgery on them should probably be done in the offseason rather than doing it now. But if Chuck Fletcher can get something for a guy like Scott Laughton at the deadline, yeah, I would do it. But we'll see. I know Flyers fans are a bit anxious right now, to say the least.
Flyers fans being anxious. It's a season.
Oh yeah, it's a season. Yeah, it is most definitely a season. I mean, we've talked about it on our podcast before. It has just not been a year for the Flyers. But like I've said, if you're gonna have a bad year, do it this year in the shortened season in a pandemic year. Like, just get it out of the way now and try and figure things out in the off season.
Yeah, and just looking down the trade bait list here, it seems like one of the issues that's going on is a lot of the players who are available are either from teams that are on the edge, like that might end up making the playoffs. They might not move. Like Mike Hoffman, right, is on the St. Louis Blues. Vince Dunn has been rumored to be traded all season long, and it hasn't happened. The Blues are in a playoff spot currently. They could lose it to the Coyotes, but it's up in the air. They have a better record so far. Are they going to make moves to sell? It might be the wise choice long term, but it's a hard choice to make when you're a general manager. And the other thing is Hoffman, who normally would be like an interesting deadline buy, has not had a great season, right? He's on pace for around 20-ish goals over an 82-game season, which is a down year for him. So a lot of these players who are available aren't having great years, which makes, the prices not great.
Yeah,
now it looks like Janmark is done, though. Janmark to Vegas.
Yeah, Janmark to Vegas. So that's the number one on the trade bait list off again. It looks like Matthias Janmark and a 2022 fifth round pick is going to Vegas, and the Blackhawks are going to get a 2021 second and a 2022 third. So not a first going in this deal, but a second. So
probably a wise choice for the Blackhawks to sell while they can. And they made a trade a little while ago that they brought in like a whole host of players, and it made you wonder like what's going to happen.
I mean, we all thought that like Chicago was going to be like near the basement of the NHL, considering like their losses and their and like the injuries and stuff. But like they surprised. I mean, now they've fallen off. So who knows? But like, I'm just surprised that they were even in it to begin with this year. Like that they even were part of the conversation. I thought that'd be somebody like the Red Wings and just like, or the Senators, and not really like making much noise. But it's interesting to see them, making deals at the deadline.
Yeah. I mean, like we talked about earlier, they're kind of not necessarily buying, and they're also not necessarily selling things off like it's a fire sale either. I think it's probably the right approach for them to not go full blow up right now. But at the same time, I think that like Chicago's cup window slammed shut.
Oh yeah.
Like 5 years ago. So it's a hard thing to do when you've had a core together. Well, I guess it's only a couple players left of that core, but a core together that won 3 Stanley Cups in a few years. It's difficult to say bye to that. And I think that it's one of the biggest challenges of GMs to make that choice to move on. But Chicago probably waited too long.
Yeah. Though you are right, it is definitely a Seattle like an expansion draft type move that they're making. So I get it from their perspective. So
yeah. Speaking of blowing things up, we finally got Joe DiBiase from Locked On Sabres coming on. How's it going, Joe? Can you hear us, Joe? You're on mute. Can't hear you, man. All right, we'll try
technical
again with Joe in
difficulties.
a few minutes.
Oh, isn't that just the way of how it is right now in a pandemic? Still, Zoom, trying to do that type of stuff, it's always difficult.
Yep. There's always technical difficulties. For some reason, Joe's wasn't working there.
Mhm.
So
We'll get him back
recap.
if we can, yeah.
So Janmark to the Vegas Golden Knights. I thought the Knights had no cap space. I know they tried to clear some up the other day, but
I mean,
don't
you've seen what Tampa Bay was able to do with no cap space, so.
This is true. I mean, everybody talks about Tampa Bay and the Toronto Maple Leafs being the teams that, work their cap space and find space to make moves all the time. But man, the Vegas Golden Knights are aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, they've been aggressive since, day
Inception.
one. Yeah, I love that about them, so.
Oh, no. Okay, Joe's not quite ready to come back on. So, yeah, they've been extremely aggressive. Like you said, Joe is ready to come back on. Okay, how's it going, Joe?
Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, no worries.
It's all good.
It happens.
So how's it going so far? Not a lot of big names yet, so.
I mean, I don't think we're going to get many big names.
Yeah, especially after, Taylor Hall moving. I don't think we're getting any more big names.
Yeah, I was surprisingly awake. I was actually just about to go to bed, and that trade happened. So late night for me last night. So
yeah, I can imagine. So I guess take us through the Taylor Hall deal where you. Mm-hmm. We've been talking about him to move for some time, but I guess take us through
sure.
him leaving and all that.
So I think the price is kind of what everybody is focusing on right now, especially when Nick Foligno goes to the Toronto Maple Leafs for a first-round pick yesterday, and Sabre fans immediately start thinking, okay, well, certainly we're going to get a first-round pick for Taylor Hall. I know he's only got 2 goals this year, but if you're looking for a scoring winger, I mean, this guy, even though the goal production is down, he is still creating chances. He is still playing well if you're watching the games and if you're looking at the stats. But it's just been kind of an unlucky season. He's hit a lot of posts. He's had a few breakaways this year that have been unbelievable saves by the opposing netminder. So the goal total is a little misleading. So it's okay, yeah, we're getting a first-round pick with Palmieri, too, getting a first from the Islanders. But I think now what we're reading and what we're finding out, and his comment specifically saying that his no-movement clause helped get him to the Boston Bruins, that sounds like, to me, a guy that told the Sabres that I want to go to Boston, and the market then shriveled up. And when it's down to maybe one team, if he said, I only want to play for the Bruins, the Sabres don't have much to do. There's no competition to create in the market to get that first-round pick. So I think we were all expecting the deal to happen. I think fans were disappointed at the price, but I think now that we're seeing Hall kind of flexing his no movement clause, we are starting to understand why that was the price.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a bit of sense as to why that, because the price was shocking considering that it was Nick Foligno of all players got a first and Taylor Hall didn't, but your reasoning makes a bit of sense.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bitter are Buffalo fans about the way the whole Taylor Hall situation played out, where he goes from choosing them for 1 year, and it kind of seemed obvious that it was either the Sabres put things together and he sticks around for the year, or he gets traded at the deadline to a contender, and best of both worlds for Taylor Hall. But then, just awful goal scoring during this year. And then at the end of the day, like you're talking about, he flexed his no trade clause to essentially push a deal to a certain team that evaporated the market. How angry are Sabres fans overall?
I think they're pretty angry. I mean, it was stunning that they were able to sign him in the offseason. He was the number 1 free agent in the market, and Buffalo was not the team that anyone thought was going to be in on that. So I think we were so hopeful at the beginning and expectations were so high that, it's hard to not be disappointed. Angry's tough, though, because I think the fact they only did it on a 1-year deal, that pushes a lot of fans to, okay, it could have been worse, because this is a fan base that has lived through Ville Leno on a 6-year deal. And has lived through even the Jeff Skinner contract right now. I have defended Jeff Skinner, and I do not believe that his production is representative of what he is as a player. I think he's been improperly coached, but still, that contract looks brutal right now. You've had Kyle Oposo's contract that wasn't good. So I think in comparison, the fact that it was only a 1-year deal and they were able to get out of it at all for it not working, I'll just say fans could be more angry, I think, than they are right now. I'll just say that. And
that's a good point. At the end of the day, in a lost season, it's still free stuff that you picked up at the deadline, right? Like it's a free agent that you didn't have an attachment to necessarily. You didn't draft this player. You just picked him up for money, and then you got some picks.
I think that's kind of where I've landed. It costs real dollars, but in terms of what you spent to get him in free agency, you didn't trade for him. So, yeah, it's only a second-round pick, and Anders Bjork, who, by the way, I don't think really rates all that much. He's kind of been between the AHL and NHL, so not a significant part of that deal for me. It's a second-round pick and a guy for your bottom six that you didn't already have, and you wouldn't have had you not tried this on. And it was worth the risk, because they're trying to make Jack Eichel happy, and they're not trying to make Jack Eichel happy. They're trying to win games. I mean, they have a 9-year, going on 10-year playoff drought, so fans are getting restless. So the top free agent on the market that won a Hart Trophy 2 years ago comes to you and says, oh, I'll sign here, and I'll do it even on a 1-year deal if you want, but you're going to have to pay $8 million. I don't blame the Sabres at all for taking a swing at it. It didn't work, but I think the downside, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it absolutely could have been. Well, maybe not the season, but I think, when I was watching the Eric Stahl media availability after he was traded to the Montreal Canadiens, he mentioned that a big part of what derailed this season for the Sabres wasn't necessarily even, like, obviously there's some coaching issues and some player personnel issues, some team structure issues, but he was saying that the COVID outbreak that happened at the start of the season really ripped through them, and some guys just never recovered. And when you can't catch your breath and you're just a step behind everyone, you're going to lose a lot of tight games. And I wonder if that's a bit of a silver lining. I mean, obviously a COVID outbreak is not a good thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a silver lining for the Sabres that, like, we all know the team is not this bad, right? Like they are still building towards something. And I think that there's a lot of buzz going around, like, oh, maybe they'll just really blow it up and like Eichel will be gone and they'll try to reset it again. It seems like that's probably not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they can kind of bring some positivity back in the offseason and try to give her another go here?
Yeah, I think they do. And I think the biggest mistake the Sabres made was, and this was really, I think, derived from the head coach. Ralph Kruger wanted to bring in veteran role player types that were going to fill spots, and they wanted to fix the penalty kill. So they went and signed Cody Eakin and Riley Sheahan. Like, they were focusing on a lot of meticulous things, and the way they did it was to bring in these veteran players. And then by doing that, you push down young players with promise and real ceilings down into either the minors, or you're pushing them down into the taxi squad. So now that, some of those guys are going out the door and they're being scratched, and we're seeing some of this young influx of talent into the Sabres lineup, it's starting to look better. Like, they're not great. They're playing 500 hockey. But, I mean, from where we were a month ago, 500 hockey is a dream for this team, especially when it's the kids that are really pushing that down the road. So I think there's a little bit more hope. There's more optimism than there was about a month ago, not just because they're not on this losing streak and that they're not playing as bad as they were, but it is that, like, who's playing well? Casey Middlestat is having a bounce back season. He looks great right now. Dylan Cousins, their first round pick from last year, looks great. Arttu Ruotsalainen, a young Finnish player they brought overseas, only played a couple games. He's already got a great goal, and he looks good in a couple of games played. Linus Ullmark looks good. Like, a lot of their young guys look good enough to where I think the feeling around this team, it's much improved as to where I thought we would be at this point when we were talking about this team a month ago.
Yeah, and that's always a good way to, like, end a lost season, right? Is like a little bit of positivity towards the end, where even if you're not winning games, some like high battle level from the young guys. And I think that maybe the Buffalo Sabres could learn a thing from the way that the Ottawa Senators have kind of handled their rebuild. And I think there's a little bit of over exaggeration about how far along the Ottawa Senators are. But just throwing all their young guys out there and getting them to battle hard every night and, like, giving them the freedom to make mistakes has really made them a fun team to watch. And I think Buffalo is not far away from just doing that same thing. Except for they have Jack Eichel too.
Right, they have Jack Eichel too. Like, that's a good comparison though, because even like Ottawa, do they have like a generational young player? Not really. I think they're kind of doing it in volume with all of the young players that they have. And the other comparison that I will throw out there, and this is kind of what I've been preaching to Sabre fans, like, 10-year playoff drought, worst team in the league this year, but it can change quickly. The Colorado Avalanche in 2017 were one of the worst teams in NHL history. They had 48 points. And the next year, they made the playoffs with 95 points. And 4 years later, to me, they're the best team in hockey. So that doesn't have to happen here, but it's evidence that it can turn quickly.
Absolutely. Joe, thanks so much for coming on with us today. Sorry about the technical difficulties to start. It was nice chatting with you.
No, that was on my end. Thanks, guys, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks so much. This is the Locked On NHL live trade deadline reaction show. I'm Andrew Berkshire, joined by my co-host on the Crosscheck NHL show, Mary Clarke. We've got a half an hour left until we turn over the reins to Sarah Avampato from Locked On Kings and Ross Levitan of Locked On Senators. They're going to be on from 2 to 4. And right now, we're going to go on both sides of the Kyle Palmieri trade, starting out with from the Devils, Locked On Devils, Trey Matthews. He's going to come and talk about how the Devils are doing and dealing with the fallout of another season of bad play and losing longtime Devils like Travis Zajac and Kyle Palmieri. And then after that, we're going to bring on Gil Martin from Locked On Islanders to talk about how they're reacting to the Palmieri trade. That Palmieri trade, I know that we talked about it with Mike Johnson on our podcast, and he was saying, like, even above Taylor Hall, Palmieri probably fits into that system better than anyone else. I wonder if in a month from now, we're talking about that as the best trade of the deadline.
Yeah, it happened a couple of days ago. But yeah, I think it was a really savvy move. The longer I stew on this move, the more I like it for the Islanders, which I hate to say because they're a team, like, you know, we talked about their play style before and all that, but it's, yeah, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I think that you're right, that could be the move of, I guess, the deadline, even bigger than like the flashy moves, like the Taylor Halls and, you know, the 3-way trades like that we've gotten the last couple of days. So
yeah, it's really interesting. And to talk about it with us now, we've got Trey Matthews from Locked On Devils. How's it going, man?
I hate everything.
It's a very devilish attitude.
Oh.
Yeah. Was that a dad joke or?
Yes, absolutely. I'm a dad.
Okay. So for the Kyle Palmieri trade, so if it was just like Greer, Jobs, and that first round pick, and also that conditional pick for next year or the year after that, I think that would be a pretty decent trade for us. But the fact that we threw in Travis Zajac, I think that's what threw everyone for a loop was that we gave up 2 of our bigger name pieces for, you know, 2 players who won't see any NHL time most likely because both of them have played a combined 16 games in the AHL. So, and one has not been called up to the NHL yet, and he's 27 years old. So his window is pretty much shrinking. And that first round pick will be trash because the Islanders are contenders. And that conditional 4th round pick, it can turn into a 3rd round pick if the Islanders make the finals. However, Lou Lamoriello can choose if it's going to be next year or the year after that. So Lou Lamoriello just loves his New Jersey Devils for some reason. So now they essentially are called the New York Devils or the New Jersey Islanders. I don't know.
Yeah, he likes to get the band back together. That's for sure. I know that when we talked to Mike Johnson last week on the podcast, he mentioned that this year, because of how different scouting is, late round picks might have a lot more value than usual. So at least you have that to look forward to. There might be some guys that maybe never got a chance to shine as much as they would have in a normal year because of the pandemic that would have been like 10th overall choice that slip into the 30s. So that pick might not end up being as bad. The only issue that I see is that it's not supposed to be a very strong draft this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, the hope is not really high right now. But you know, if anyone knows about finding diamonds in the rough, it's the New Jersey Devils, from Ty Smith to Sharon Govich, Wedgwood. You know, I'm pretty sure I'm missing. Oh, Kuokkanen as well. So, you know, all guys that kind of fell under the radar a little bit, however, have made a huge impact for the New Jersey Devils this season. And in fact, I just wrote an article about Sharon Govich, about his underdog story, about playing overseas and being an overage draft pick and, you know, making his impact in the NHL if anyone knows about finding diamonds in the rough, it's, I guess, Fitzgerald and the entire front office for the New Jersey Devils. So that gives me some hope. And also Gil Martin of Locked On Islanders informed me that New Jersey could very well trade their first round picks this year, because now they have 2 first round picks. They could trade them for someone big. But, I feel as though, in my honest opinion, the New Jersey Devils are past, drafting in their rebuild. What I mean by that is, I think we've passed the stage of just trying to find a draft pick to, carry our franchise, essentially. I think we've already found that in Jack Hughes and Nico Hischier, both former first overall picks. Then obviously we have Holtz, who's now eligible to sign his entry-level deal since his season in Sweden has now wrapped up. Then, we got Riley Walsh, who I think could become the next Adam Fox. Also, we got Foote, Nolan Foote, the son of Adam Foote, Colorado Avalanche legend. And I think I'm missing a few others, but Mercer is also having a good season. But so I think we're past just trying to draft well, because I think on our roster currently, and also in our lower level teams like the Binghamton Devils, our AHL team, I think we've got a bunch of young players. But now I think it's time for us to find that glue piece, so like that player to just put us over the edge. We tried it with PK Subban a couple years ago, didn't really work out. And we had Taylor Hall at the time, who I just heard got traded for essentially nothing. It's really sad to see how far he's dropped off. And so I think for the New Jersey Devils, it's just continuing to find that glue piece a little bit, just to put it all together. And if I had to keep one rookie, or not one rookie, I'm sorry, one veteran player, it would have been Paul Mary, because he's only 30 years of age. He's still relatively young. But I said some of the veteran players that I would look to deal in the market are people like Subban or Zajac, but not in a package like that.
Hmm.
How different do you think this season would have gone for the Devils if Nico Hischier had played more than 5 games? Because it seemed like once he was named captain, there was just this buzz around the Devils that hasn't been there for a while. And I think anybody who's watched him play an extensive amount knows that he's a pretty special player, but he just has had last season and this season struggled with injuries. And it seems like people kind of forget about how good he is because he hasn't been playing very much.
I'm glad you brought that up. And I've mentioned that so many times in my show, which is if Nico Hischier plays in more games, his production goes way up, like his numbers improve. So the most games he's ever played in was his rookie season, and that was by far his best statistical season. So obviously, as the number of games have gone down, his numbers have gone down. So him dealing with injuries, especially in a shortened year this year and last year, doesn't really, help his case in terms of just trying to show everyone that, he's still very effective and is not like, I don't think anyone's calling him a bust, but he's kind of falling under that radar just a bit. So, I just feel as though how much better the New Jersey Devils would be. Well, we got off to a really good start within our first few weeks, and then COVID hit us. And similar to what happened to the Dallas Stars and also the Buffalo Sabres, we just never fully recovered after after that outbreak. Because look, the Sabres lost 18 games in a row, and the Stars are struggling, and yet they're supposed to be reigning Stanley Cup. They're the reigning Stanley Cup runner-ups from last season. So I feel as though, and I'm not trying to make a hot take here, if New Jersey didn't get that COVID outbreak and that suspension in the season because we were sidelined for 2 weeks, I feel as though we would be competing for a playoff spot, quite honestly. Or in that we would sort of be like in the area where the Rangers or the Flyers are, which is we're within striking distance, but not quite there yet.
Are you worried at all?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, I'll go. Are you worried at all about Jack Hughes becoming more of a point producer?
No, not at all. Because look what he did. Okay, so not the last game against the Penguins, the game before that, and then against the Sabres, he scored. So Jack Hughes hadn't scored a goal in quite some time prior to the Sabres game, but then in the Sabres game, he was able to get a goal. And then the next game against the Penguins, back-to-back games, a goal. So, and it took him a while too. So, I think the pairings of him, Kuokkanen, and Sharagovich has really been very effective for the New Jersey Devils this far. In fact, it's what I talked about in my last episode, which was like, I think, we lost against the Penguins 6-4, and yes, it was an ugly one. But look at what Kuokkanen, look at what Hughes, and look at what Sharon Govich were able to do. All of them scored. All of them scored, and each one of them helped each other out. So, like, if Hughes scored, it was either Kuokkanen or Sharon Govich getting the assist, or both of them. If Sharon Govich scored, it was either Hughes or Kuokkanen helping out. And obviously, Kuokkanen, Hughes, or Sharon Govich helping out. So, I'm not concerned about Jack Hughes' development. If anything, I think he's having a far better season in his sophomore year campaign, which I predicted, and I was hard on him over the offseason. But I really think that Jack Hughes is he's going to be something special for New Jersey, and I think that's a player you could rebuild around.
I'm with you there.
Is there something, like, you talked about how you weren't a big fan of moving Palmieri? Is there, in the offseason, is there something you, like, one player that you would, like, highlight for the Devils to grab? Since you say that their drafting time is over, you want them to go out and maybe use those first-round picks that they have and maybe acquire someone. I guess who would be on your radar for the Devils if that was the case?
I haven't really looked at, like, who would be on my radar so far, but to give you guys an example, just, like, look at players who have – so one of the players that I really wanted the Devils to go and get in the Palmieri sweepstakes was Jake DeBrusk from the Boston Bruins. Because, yes, he's having a down year this year, but look what he did in his, first 2 or 3 seasons in the league. Mm-hmm. So I believe there was potential there. So I definitely want to see, like, who's available for a trade, who's available for free agent signings. So, like, obviously, I see what Fitzgerald is trying to do. He's trying to find diamonds in the rough. He's just trying to find players that would fall under the radar but have a huge amount of upside. So that's why we signed Ryan Murray. Or no, we didn't sign him. We traded for him. And it didn't work out. But another player, Corey Crawford, didn't play a single game for us because he retired. But look, that's a former Stanley Cup champion. So, and if he was to run for mayor in Chicago, he would win it. So I think overall for the New Jersey Devils, I think just find some diamonds in the rough, find some players that will fall under the radar and have huge amount of upsides. It's an investment, and I'm here for it.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us, Trey. It was great to chat with you.
Yeah.
Nice chatting to you guys.
Thanks for taking your time. Up next, we're going to talk to Gil Martin from Locked On Islanders. This is the Locked On NHL Live Trade Deadline Reaction Show. I'm Andrew Berkshire, joined by my co-host on the Crosscheck NHL show, Mary Clarke. And we are talking right now to Gil. How's it going?
It's going well. How about you?
Great. Probably not as well as Islanders fans are feeling right now. I feel like you guys have loaded right up.
Yeah, got to be pleased with what Lou Lamoriello and the Islanders are doing at the deadline. It's they're in a situation where they're battling for first place in the East. They were a conference finalist last year. They're all in, and I think that's the right decision to make.
Yeah, it sure seems that way. I mean, you look at the Islanders this year, and not only are they crushing it in the standings, they are one of the best teams by the underlying numbers. They are just a tough team to play against. I think that's essentially their biggest brand right now, right? Is like, you're not going up against the Islanders and leaving the game with breath left in your lungs.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the Barry Trotz system. It's a playoff style defense first. You're going to know you were in a battle for 60 plus minutes if necessary. And nothing comes easy. So, teams do tend to wear down. The Islanders are a very strong third period team, and they know what they have to do, and they do a good job of executing that system.
Absolutely. I think the one thing that people kind of get stuck on with the Islanders is that they're kind of tough to watch if you're an opposing fan because they take so much out of the opponent's offense, but they haven't had too much trouble scoring this season. And I think adding Palmieri really helps that as well as they go into the playoffs. I think we talked to Mike Johnson last week, and he said that he felt that Palmieri was the best fit for the Islanders system of all the players that was available, even better than Taylor Hall if Taylor Hall was able to rebound.
I would agree. I mean, Palmieri gives you more flexibility, and I think he's also, he could play wing either side. And then I think you have to add the fact that, if you're playing the Barry Trotz system, you've got to be willing to back check, play sound positional defensive hockey. And I think Palmieri and also Zajac are better suited to that than Taylor Hall.
And, we talk about how dynamic Matt Barzal is. I think that adding a guy like Palmieri allows Barzal to create more offense as well, because now he's got another player to play off of. Do you see Palmieri kind of fitting into that top line?
He got some time there last night, and I think he will get some more time there. Knowing Barry Trotz, there's going to be a lot of mixing and matching of lines. It's going to, he's going to try to get a feel for where everybody fits in. But ideally, yes, I think he'd be getting a lot of minutes on that top line.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier in the show that the longer we sit on this deal and the, further out we get from, the Islanders acquiring Palmieri, that it might be just the best deal that comes out of this trade deadline. I mean, obviously we don't have the ability of foresight and all that, but could you, I guess, speak to the fact that, the team grabbed somebody like that and how he could, impact the Islanders the rest of the way down through the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Palmieri, he gives you versatility. He gives you scoring ability. He has experience. He's a leader, and he fits in well with the system that the Islanders are trying to run. And I love the fact that Lou Lamoriello didn't hesitate. He got this deal done a few days before the trade deadline, maximizing the amount of time that Palmieri and Zajac will have to integrate into the Islanders lineup, get more comfortable in that lineup, get to know their teammates. And let's face it, the goal is to be ready and have these guys ready to play their best hockey in the playoffs. And so everything that Lou Lamoriello did sort of maximizes that chance. And he didn't give up any players on his current roster to get this trade done.
Yeah, that's a big key for me.
Yeah, there was a lot of speculation over the offseason that giving up on Devon Taves in the trade to the Avalanche was going to bite the Islanders a little bit. Hasn't seemed to be the case so far, even though Taves has had a great season in Colorado. Do you think there's any impetus for the Islanders to continue to add someone on defense, or do you think they're set there?
Well, I mean, they acquired Braden Coburn late last night, so that's a depth piece, basically. And, he'll be the seventh defenseman probably on most nights, and that's an insurance policy in case somebody gets injured or somebody plays poorly over the long haul. It's still possible the Islanders may make another move, although I would anticipate if they do, it'd be of the insurance policy / minor variety.
How is Noah Dobson fit in so far? Do you think he's accelerating into the player that everyone expected him to be in his draft year, or is it taking a little bit longer than maybe the Islanders were hoping?
I think he's on schedule at this point. In some ways, he's ahead of schedule. He is learning very well, if you watch him on a game in, game out basis, when he can pinch and not get caught and when he has to stay back. And obviously, inexperienced players, especially defensemen, they're going to make mistakes in that area a few times, but you could see his growth as the year goes on. He's also getting more comfortable running the power play when he's out there, usually on the second unit. And his maturation, I think, is a little bit ahead of schedule, all things considered.
Excellent. Are there any players you think have more to give as the season goes on, more towards the playoffs? Like, do you have an Islanders player who you think is going to break out in the playoffs, be the big guy that surprises everyone?
The two guys that I think of in that respect are Anthony Beauvillier, who has sort of battled injuries a little bit this season and missed some time, and then Josh Bailey, who's just slumping. I mean, he's statistically not having a great year right now, but Bailey is one of those guys who sees the ice very well. He has good vision. He's a good passer, and I think come playoff time, like last year, he had, I think, 20 points in 22 playoff games for the Islanders. I would not be surprised at all if Bailey picks up his game come the playoffs.
Yeah, Bailey's one of those guys that kind of flies under the radar as a really elite playmaker. I mean, you look at his assist numbers over the last several years, he's been phenomenal. And, part of that's going to be playing with some of the great players at the top of the lineup with the Islanders like Barzal, but Barzal's a playmaker more than a scorer as well. So both of those guys are setting people up. He's a power play wizard as well. So I wonder, like you said, if he's going to turn things around in the playoffs and just become exactly what we saw last year. I think the Islanders are really set up for success here.
I think so too. And the beauty of it is, a lot of teams, they get into the playoffs, they have to change their style of play a little bit. The Islanders play that way all year round. And I think that gives them a benefit. Plus the physicality of their style, the way they wear you down over the course of a best of 7 series, that becomes a bigger factor as time goes on.
Are there any matchups in your division that might worry you a little bit, or are you confident going into face Pittsburgh, Boston, Washington, whatever?
Look, all of those teams are quality opponents. This year, the Islanders have struggled against Pittsburgh. They finished the 8-game series. They won 2, lost 2 in overtime. That's, not what you want to do heading into the playoffs. That matchup gives me a little concern only because Pittsburgh always seems to find a way to beat the Islanders. But I'm confident overall the Islanders can handle themselves against anybody in the playoffs if they have to.
And the top of that division is just red hot right now. Pittsburgh 8-2 in their last 10. Islanders 7-3. Washington a little bit less hot at 6-4, but they've been pumping teams full of goals lately as well. That's a division to watch right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a fun stretch drive, and again, I guess one thing that I learned living through the Islanders dynasty years. If you come in second place, that's okay. Just win the playoff series, and if it's in the division, yeah, you'd rather have home ice advantage. But, the more important thing is to play well in the playoffs, not to win the division during the regular season.
Yeah, just
Awesome.
got to get into the playoffs.
Yep.
Thanks so much for joining us, Gil. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Hey, thanks for having me and doing a great job, guys.
Thanks so much. All right, so we're going to have Jack Bushman of Locked On Blackhawks come up to join the show in a few minutes here to talk about the Janmark trade. But before we do that, we're going to go through the last stretch of the trades that have happened over this deadline, and we're going to rank them. You ready for this, Mary?
Yeah, sure. Let's put it to the test. Let's go.
The instant analysis where everyone will point out that we were wrong in a couple of years.
Let's do it.
All right, so we'll start with, we'll go most recent to going back as far as we can. So the Janmark trade from the, I guess we'll rank it as who's buying from their perspective. Okay, so for the Vegas Golden Knights, acquiring Janmark for a 2nd and 3rd round pick and getting a 5th round pick as well.
I mean, for me, for Vegas, I think that's like a 7. I mean, I think that's a good addition in terms of depth for them. I don't really, I don't know. For me, Vegas is like they're loading up for another playoff run, and I think that, like we talked about before, like the Blackhawks are trying to, move some players off so that they don't have to lose them for nothing at the deadline. So I think for me, it's about a 7.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a 6. I'd like to see the Golden Knights do something more aggressive just because they are so fun. But at the same time, I don't think they really needed to do anything. So, they're such a strong team. I don't know if this puts them over the edge against the Avalanche, for example. I think that's just going to be such a clash of the Titans. But, okay.
I'm excited to see it, though.
I'm going to skip the Lightning and Frederick Claesson because, come on. The Oilers adding Dmitry Kulikov. I give that a 4. He's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 4-3, like a little below average, just because it's it's a so-so trade.
Yeah. Okay. Blackhawks adding Adam Gaudette for Matthew Highmore. 5, I guess.
Yeah, 4 or 5. Yeah. I mean, we said, we talked about the Blackhawks enough, but it's one of those things where I'm like, do they really need to buy? I'm not sure why they're specifically buying at their rate, but yeah, around there.
All right. Jeff Carter for the Penguins. I think you're going to give this a 0.
No, I'm not. I'm going to be fair. I think that's probably about a 7 for them.
Yeah.
I mean, not like a top tier thing, not a top tier grade, because you're right that he's, declined in the last few years, but he can still add something to that team. So I think that's another one of those Pittsburgh trying to get the best out of like the older guys on around the NHL. So
I'm going to give it a 6 just because they traded 2 picks for him, and I don't think it was necessary to give that much.
I mean, but it is their window, so
yeah, I guess that's true. It makes sense for the Penguins to constantly be trying to buy while Malkin and Crosby are still on the team. Boston Bruins trading for Taylor Hall. I'm going to give this one a 10 because I think the potential is just so great for them. I love the idea that we talked about with Ian of dropping Pasternak down to the second line with Hall.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to break up that perfection line, but you've got Taylor Hall, so why not do it? But yeah, I think it's going to be a 10, especially because they didn't give up a first round pick. Like, that's huge. I mean, I know that like if Boston, gets far in the Stanley Cup like playoffs, it's not going to matter as much, but still not giving up your first so you can maybe leverage it for something else possibly is always a good thing.
All right, the Islanders acquiring Braden Coburn for a 7th round pick. For the asset acquired, it's a 2, but because they paid so little for it, I'm going to bump it up to a 4.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a fair assessment of the situation because Braden Coburn is like past his prime, not really going to move the needle. But the fact that they only gave up such a draft pick of that caliber, a 7th, yeah.
All right, per Pierre LeBrun, Alex Iafallo re-signs with the LA Kings for a 4-year extension for $4 million. Seems like a relatively fair deal for a decent middle 6 winger type guy. Yeah, one of the trade guys, or one of the top 10 names on the trade list board off the table.
Somebody
again.
off the table with about an hour and 10 minutes to go, and it looks like this isn't confirmed, but it looks like Scott Lawton is likely going to re-sign with the Flyers based on all the chatter I've seen from the big names on Twitter. So possibly another name on the top of that draft board or the trade board list is gonna go off.
All right, Leafs trade for David Rittich for a 3rd round pick. I give that like a 6. I think it's better insurance than Hutchinson, and it looks like Anderson's not close to coming back yet, so it gives them good depth at the goaltender position. Once if Campbell gets hurt again because he's constantly hurt.
A 5, considering the fact that they've got like however many goalies, but it gives them more insurance. So that's at least addresses a little bit of a need, I guess.
Boston Bruins acquire Mike Riley for a 3rd round pick. I'm going to give that one a 7. Mike Riley's been better since he joined the Senators than I ever expected him to be. I thought he was awful when he was with the Canadiens. But he's really brought up his game. I think he fits the specific need that they have.
Yeah, that checks out to me.
Toronto Maple Leafs, the Nick Foligno trade that also, I think, brought in Stefan Noesen, and they lost 2 4th round picks and a 1st round pick. I like Foligno, but I give this trade like a 2 because the price they paid is awful. It's awful.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this at like the top of the way back at noon, but yeah, I don't understand why they gave up so much for a player of that caliber. Like Nick Foligno isn't bad, but they paid a very high price for him, and I'd say around the 2-3 range.
All right, you're listening to and watching the Locked On NHL live trade deadline reaction show. My name is Andrew Berkshire. I'm the co-host of Locked On's newest NHL show, the Crosscheck NHL show with Mary Clarke. And we are ready to talk to Jack Bushman from Locked On Blackhawks. How's it going, Jack?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you? How you doing today? Busy day so far.
Yeah. Just lots of things happening. Every trade deadline day is like this. Blockbusters every few minutes.
Always fun. Blackhawks have been a part of it too, which not a surprise, I can say.
Interesting, because we've been talking about how we're kind of a bit confused as to why the Blackhawks are, buying but also selling at the same time. I guess, could you give us a little bit of insight as to what possibly they're thinking?
Yeah, so far, besides Matthias Janmark, they've really only traded guys who have been in the fourth line roles or kind of in and out of the lineup. We saw Lucas Wallmark, he went to Florida just last week. He was a guy who was really kind of falling out of favor. And then we saw Matthew Highmore today, another guy who we kind of know his ceiling already. And why not take a chance on a guy like Adam Gaudette, who's had some flashes in the past. So for the Blackhawks, they are selling a little bit, but they're not really selling all that much. And then Matthias Janmark was another guy we expected to move in Chicago for a couple months now. Really happy with the return we got for Janmark, though. He'd been on a little bit of a struggle the last 10 games. I believe he only had 1 point. So to get a second and a third round pick for Janmark, I was really excited about. I wasn't sure we were even going to get a second round pick for him, but to get a second and a third, it was a little cherry on top for the Blackhawks. So I'm pretty happy with what they've done for the most part in the day.
Do you think the Blackhawks end up making the playoffs this year?
They got to find a way to beat Nashville. They're 0-5 against the Predators this season. They still got 3 more meetings against them. 4 points back at the moment. We have a game in hand. It's tough because we're really not trending in the right direction. We just haven't been able to string together wins or play a consistent brand of hockey. It's just kind of what team's going to show up right now, and that's not what you want to be doing in the final, 15, 16 games of the season. We got some big series. Nashville, Dallas, those are going to be the meaningful ones. So if we find a way to win those games, I think we'll be able to. But Nashville's just on such a run right now, and they're not even fully healthy. So it's kind of like, well, what are they going to do at the same time? So for the Blackhawks, I'm hopeful. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I wouldn't be shocked if they fall just a couple points short, unfortunately.
Is it the hope to make the playoffs from like a fan perspective, or are you hoping more that they get better assets by losing?
At this point, it doesn't unless they lose a bunch in a row here, we're really not going to get that good of a pick in the first round. So at this point, I think we should kind of go for it and understand that we may come up short, but if we do manage to sneak in, even if we get eliminated early like we did last season, that's good experience for this young team. And if you told Blackhawks fans back in November and December that this would be a playoff team, they would be going bananas. They thought there was no chance at all, especially all the injuries. Tays still gone. Doc broke his wrist at the World Juniors. Seabrook, big question mark. He wound up retiring. So the playoffs were kind of the last thing on Blackhawks fans' minds at the beginning of the season. So even to be in this position right now competing, I think Blackhawks fans have to be happy with that situation as well. Got to keep in the back of their minds that this didn't seem possible 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah, I think as soon as Jonathan Tays was like pretty much ruled out for the season, most people were like, okay, Chicago's not going anywhere. So it's been a bit of a surprise season, and you see like the award buzz around Patrick Kane midway through the season. It's been kind of fun to watch, but at the same time, you see like it's been pretty chaotic as well. So it's not necessarily par for the course for the last few years of the Blackhawks, but it's kind of like the last special kicks at the can for the pieces that were there during the Cup run, right?
Right, and we're trying to get the young guys. We're trying to find the other pieces of the puzzle. We know Patrick Kane can still play. Probably the MVP of the season at the midway point. He's cooled off a little bit as of late. We know what he can do for this team, but now it's finding out what can we do to build a good team around him, and that's been the struggles of this Blackhawks team the last couple of years. We've had 10 rookies make their debuts this season for the Blackhawks, and a lot of them have really shined, and they've been making the most of their opportunity. So I'm excited to see where this team is heading. I think we got a lot of young pieces that in a couple of years, if we put it all together correctly, there could be something special here once again. I'm hopeful, and also just excited to see some of the young guys that we've acquired and some more of the picks, see if that can help us, get stronger around our core players as well going forward.
You heartened by the bounce back year from Alex DeBrincat?
100%. And it was frustrating because a lot of people, he just got paid that contract, right? And to struggle after getting paid a significant amount of money, and the Blackhawks really showing their belief in him as a key part of the future. And he struggles. He puts up a career low season. But when you look at all the subliminal numbers, he was doing the same things he was in every other year. His shooting percentage was down just 10%. And this season, that shooting percentage is back up. He's in the top 5 in goals this season, right up there with Alex Ovechkin. I believe they're tied for 5th. And it's just nice to see that he's just getting the puck luck this season. And it was getting to him because reporters were consistently asking him, why aren't they going in this year when they've gone in the last 2 seasons? And he's like, I got no answers for you. And this season, they're just finding ways to trickle in the back of the net. And sometimes you just need that puck luck to get some confidence in yourself and, really have that belief that every shot you have can go in. And it seems like that's what Alex DeBrincat has going for him right now. I believe he has 5 goals in his last 7 games.
Yeah, he's an incredible player. I'm glad that he's bounced back because just his whole career from junior on, that's a goal scorer's goal scorer. And last year, to me, was very clearly an outlier. So it's good to see him get the luck back and start ripping it up. Jack, thanks so much for jumping on with us. We're about set to turn things over to the other hosts here, Ross Levitan from Locked On Senators and Sarah Avampato from Locked On Kings. We really appreciate you coming on.
All right, thank you both for having me. I really appreciate it, and have a fun rest of your deadline. I believe we got another hour. Or is it one more
2
hour?
hours.
2 hours?
We got 2 hours on the show, though.
Well, 2 hours on the show, 1 hour left on the deadline.
But some chaos is going to break in the next. Next 60 minutes.
The last few minutes of the deadline, everything always rolls in, right?
And you get the pencils down moment on Twitter, and everyone's like, "Who is
it over?
Who is it? Yeah, is it over?
Are there pending trade calls? Somebody call."
Exactly. Well, thank you guys, and have a good rest of your show.
All right, thanks. All right, so let's welcome Ross and Sarah onto the show. How's it going, dudes?
Hey, well, thanks. It happens.
Are you just pumped to talk about all the trades that have happened today?
I mean, I'm waiting for my team to do something else ridiculous to, send another player somewhere who's going to break my heart.
Oh, yeah.
From a regional perspective, we're pretty happy here in Ottawa. They've sold pretty much everything you can sell the last few years. So nice, quiet deadline isn't the worst thing from my perspective.
Right, and you took Victor Mete from the Canadiens, division rival.
Yeah, clean, tidy bit of work, getting an upgrade on defense there, addition by subtraction with Braden Coburn, and then making an asset kind of. Not only do you get the third rounder when it comes to Mike Riley, but Eric Brandstrom's just been knocking at the door for more opportunity. They've added to the right side, Jacob Bernard-Docker, a highly touted first-round pick from a few years back. He's going to make his debut, but it's time to go young and let these kids make their mistakes in game, and that's where it seems to be trending. Brandstrom's been averaging maybe 10, 12 minutes a game. That has to be up towards 17, 18. And I'm interested to see how Mike Riley plays in Boston. I saw they were icing a pretty AHL level defense last night with tons of injuries. He was stabilized heavily by 25-year-old rookie Artem Zub when they were put together. The first 10 games of the season was a bit of a roller coaster when it came to Mike Riley. The whole Senators team that was where they went 1 win in 11 games on the road. And he came back. Zub was in place in the lineup, and they've been attached at the hip ever since. So I think it's an interesting pickup for Boston and some tidy work for Don Sweeney, who really needs this team to make a run. And then they go out and get Taylor Hall as well. So I think that my early winner here is Boston league-wide.
Yeah, that's who I had as the early winner as well. And, we talked to Joe from Locked On Sabres earlier, and we were talking about how the Senators have kind of shown the way to do this rebuild in a fun way, right? And part of that's been due to the fan base and like the whole sickos thing going on that's just kind of energized social media. But the Senators are fun to watch. And you mentioned letting the kids play. Like that's the thing, right? Going out and acquiring veterans, there's a place for that. But letting the kids play is what brings fans to the arenas when we're allowed to do that again.
Yeah, well, they still tried to go that route and just didn't work. Fans could have told you a mile away, bring in Derek Stepan, Braden Coburn, Cedric Paquette, all these guys. It was a wash at the end of the day. They ended up just sailing away a second-round pick for Derek Stepan, who I know injury aside, that happens, but he just didn't fit the pace of play. That the Sens have so much pace on the wing right now, and they need centermen that can keep up. And I think they did that in speaking to Sarah here as well with Michael Amadio coming in, and he can kind of play that role in between Stützle and Batherson and just let those guys play with possession of the puck. So I tend to agree with you that now they're doing that, but DJ Smith was always kind of a hard-nosed, rugged defenseman himself. I think he loves that in him in players. So I'm interested to see, because now he's got 2 5'9" defensemen back there with Mete and Brandstrom. I think he's sweating a little bit, but hey, as long wins and losses don't matter. I think the Sens fan base, you mentioned the sickos, but going back to throwing hamburgers on the ice when Andrew Hammond was having his run, the fans know how to have a good time in Ottawa for sure.
They absolutely do. So we'll turn it over to Ross and Sarah now. Thanks for joining us for the last 2 hours, and make sure that these two have fun. Everyone, the comments on the side here I've been reading have been great, and have fun, you guys.
Awesome. Thanks so much. We've really been enjoying the new show. You can check it out, The Cross Check with Andrew Berkshire and Mary Clarke. Sarah, we're going to have some fun the next couple hours. I want to start with the big news. We don't know the numbers just yet, but Alex Iafallo, if I can figure out how to say that, he seems like he was the maybe he could go, maybe he could sign. How big is it if Rob Blake can lock up the pending restricted free agent?
It is a pretty exciting thing for Kings fans, especially to have that continuity on the wing and to know that he's going to be part of the team going forward. And we will talk about that. Of course, we're going to start out with all the latest news that we're hearing on the show. For people who are just joining us right now, before we go back to talking about my small son, Alex Iafallo, we're going to just let you know what you're going to be in for today. This is, of course, Locked On NHL's live trade deadline reaction show. My name is Sarah Avampato from Locked On Kings. I am joined by Ross Levitan of Locked On Senators here. We are doing 4 straight hours of NHL trade deadline live reaction and analysis. So keeping you up with everything that's happening right now in the NHL. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Odyssey Sports app, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, and Facebook. Coming up today, we have live reactions to all the moves of the day. Our cast of local experts from the Locked On NHL Network all going to be joining us today to share their thoughts on the moves their teams make. And we will start out with Ross, what you mentioned with my team, with the Kings re-signing Alex Iafallo. He is someone who was on a lot of trade boards, was someone who I know a lot of teams had some interest in. He is playing on the first line with Anze Kopitar. He is, if he was on a contender, would he be a first line player? Probably not. But he and Kopitar have developed a really good playing relationship, going into the corners and doing that kind of dirty work that a lot of players don't really pick up on. And he came into the league from the NCAA and was great at it and just had a natural home right there. And so he is someone who we thought maybe if they couldn't come to a deal and they had worked all night trying to figure something out, that he could have been on his way out. But I'm glad they re-signed him. That is one less player we have to figure out who to put there. It's been a struggle for the Kings ever to find someone to play with Anze Kopitar, and they have such a good working relationship together on the ice that, I think that the term and the money makes sense for right now for all the cap space the Kings have. Is it going to look great in a handful of years when he's maybe playing on the third line? I don't know, but that's a problem for future Kings, I think.
Yeah, you still have to keep the continuity like you started this out. And that's something the team I cover, the Ottawa Senators, haven't done a great job of. They need to get better at it because you have that next wave that comes in, and there's tons of guys down in Ontario who are knocking at the door, Quentin Byfield most notably, but lots of guys who are going to make the jump, and you want them to ease into that next level. You don't want them to all of a sudden have to be able to keep up with Anze Kopitar game in and game out. So I think it's a tidy bit of business. I thought he was my number one guy. Yes, you have a bit of flash with Taylor Hall, and there's a couple other guys. Nick Foligno brings that leadership. But in terms of a 200-foot player, that's what Alex Iafallo brings to the game, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And he's someone who, whenever he first joined the team, I think that a lot of people, he signed as a free agent out of college, undrafted. Everyone just sort of expected that he was going to go to the AHL and stay there. And then he had a really great preseason. He made the team out of camp a couple years ago and has really shown every year steady improvement. And he is someone who you can throw him out there in any situation, and I'm not worried about it. And the offense has been getting better year after year for him, which has been kind of the thing that a lot of Kings fans complain about is, well, he's on the first line. Why isn't he putting up 1 million points? Well, he's getting there. He's still youngish, I guess you could say. And just having him there, knowing that he can play that same game with Kopitar and they know where the other guy's going to be, I think means a lot to this team. And to have someone there that you can trust is really important, especially with so many young players who are still learning defense at this level.
Absolutely. So out of all the trades that have been made, there's also some signings that happen on days like today. So Alex Iafallo inks a 4-year, $16 million extension. We're about to get Thomas Welch of Locked On Blues up with us. An interesting scenario for the Blues. When they won their cup, obviously at this time, they were still making their run from last place all the way up. Right now, they sit 4th in the Honda West division. I don't envy whoever ends up in that 4th spot. Even the 3 spots, Sarah, you're going up either Vegas or Colorado. Yeah. Is it worth it if you're St. Louis to really push hard to get into that 4th? Or should they be looking to move assets like Mike Hoffman?
I feel like this Blues team, the situation they're in reminds me of the year that they won the cup, where they were just sort of like, well, whatever happens, happens. Only this isn't that same team. This team, I don't think, is going to go particularly very far. And Thomas, I'm sure, will disagree with me maybe when he jumps on the show, but I don't foresee anyone getting past Colorado and Vegas. I feel like they are going to just beat each other up at some point. And yeah, the number 3, the number 4 spot, good luck. Like I'm glad that the Kings have sort of nosedived, so I don't have to worry about them facing Vegas. I don't want that yet.
No, you want to be prepared when you get into those battles. And the Sharks made a bit of a run too, but it seems like a two-horse race at the bottom there between Arizona, who's a point back, but has played one extra game than St. Louis. And then there's I'm not a math guy here, but a 7-point gap separates St. Louis with Minnesota. So the top three seemingly set in the Honda West division. From your perspective, because for me, I've been so locked up in the North Division this year. I feel like everybody with the interdivision play as a monopoly, I don't know what's going on as much as I typically do in the other divisions. So you hosting Locked On Kings and Locked On NHL, but you'd have a better idea of me in that division. Is there a clear number one between Colorado and Vegas? You hear both of them as powerhouses, but who would you lean towards in a 7-game series?
I would have said earlier in the season, I would have said Vegas, because they just sort of came out the gate and dominated, and they've done the same thing they do every year. Somehow the cap isn't real for them, and they just managed to put together this crazy team every season. Colorado struggled a little bit with goaltending, with injuries and everything, but they have shot back up the standings. And I'm not even talking about like my own personal bias against Vegas, but just looking at it as a hockey player, as a hockey cover like reporter person, forgot the word for that. I gotta go with Colorado at this point. I feel like every year they've been getting closer and closer, and every year they just keep missing. And I want to say that maybe it's their year and that they're going to be the tough team to beat.
Okay, even though they went out and Devin Dubnyk might be the answer, should they get into a situation like they did last year where Grubauer and Francouz both injured, they ultimately had Michael Hutchinson playing. And I'm sure Mike DiStefano is going to join us later from Locked On Leafs. We'll have a chuckle at the notion that Michael Hutchinson could win or lose a playoff series. Now, a guy who's covered a team who's won quite a few playoff series in recent times, the 2019 Stanley Cup champion, St. Louis Blues. Thomas Welsh joins us now. Thomas, so far, nothing much from the Blues in terms of trade deadline. What should we expect? Because Sarah and I were talking before we invited you in, and they're in an interesting spot, because do you push in to get into fourth place only to have to play Colorado or Vegas? What's the outlook here leading into 3 o'clock?
Well, I think that's exactly the question you have to ask yourself if you're the Blues is, what do you expect? Do you expect this team to continue what they're doing right now and playing the hockey that they're doing right now, or regress to the hockey that they were playing earlier on in the season? And albeit there was injuries and all that stuff, but just not a very good season as a whole from the team, not where you would like them. I think I talked about it on my podcast. I expected this team to be a Stanley Cup contender just based on the roster makeup and everyone that was there, bringing in Mike Hoffman, bringing in Torrey Krug, all of these guys. Expected the power play to pick it up. It didn't really happen, but they're turning it on now, and I think that's all the momentum they need. Doug Armstrong said in 2019 that around that trade deadline that the team would dictate what he would do at the trade deadline. He stayed pat there. I think he's going to stay pat here, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see if he makes a move for like a 7th defenseman, something along those lines, because I think the defense has been one of the tougher spots for the team this season. But missing out on the Taylor Hall sweepstakes again feels like every time he's mentioned, it feels like the Blues are riding on that conversation. So maybe they'll circle the wagon in the offseason. Who knows? But yeah, a lot going on, but also not a lot going on at the same time.
Is this sort of what you expected from the Blues today? Just sort of a quiet day, or were you kind of expecting a big splash? And do you think that big splash is still coming?
I was kind of expecting a big splash just because, I was talking to people around the league, and I actually had it on a pretty reliable, verified source that the Blues were close to a deal with Buffalo regarding Taylor Hall Saturday night. Obviously, that didn't go through. I would expect that was because the no movement clause, and he didn't waive it, didn't want to come here. And I think there was a video circulating that said he wanted to play for Boston since his draft year. So that makes a lot of sense. And in terms of a return, I felt like the Blues could offer probably more for the Buffalo Sabres in terms of like turning it around quickly and young NHL players and prospects as opposed to draft picks. But if they wanted that second rounder, I don't think Doug Armstrong would have come up to that price. And obviously Boston did. So
does the fact they miss on Hall make it more likely you keep pending UFA Mike Hoffman heading into the offseason, or the rest of this season, I should say?
I wouldn't say missing on Hall makes it more likely. I think the injury to Robert Thomas is what makes it more likely. Because I think he took a hit a couple games ago and it looked like he has a concussion. They don't really know a timetable for his return. That's a big loss for this team, given his playmaking ability. So inserting a guy like Mike Hoffman into that lineup to be that skill guy and not necessarily do the same things that Robert Thomas does, but bring that same offensive potential. I think that's necessary for this team moving forward. And another name I heard circulating around in trade talks was Jaden Schwartz. And I think, like, among Blues fans, it's either stay pat or you're a buyer or you're a seller. There's a lot of people that think this team should be a seller. Like, they're not going to make a lot of noise even if they do make the playoffs. So get rid of a guy like Jaden Schwartz now when you can get something for him. I don't think that's the move, because I do think this team, if you give them any opportunity to put their foot in the door, get in the playoffs, we saw it early on. I think the first game of the season, they beat Colorado 4-1. They beat Vegas early on. That 7-game series against Arizona in the middle there when we were the only teams playing was rough. But since that time, I do think we can hang with Colorado. I do think we can hang with Vegas. And Jaden Schwartz is a very crucial part of this team, given them making a playoff run. So I think you got to keep him.
One name that's come around a lot is Vince Dunn. I know he's been in and out of the lineup for the Blues, and he's kind of been someone who teams have been like, is this guy available? Can we get him? Do you think that he is going to stay? Do you think that whatever the deal is with him being a scratch and everything is going to kind of work itself out? Or do you think that he could possibly be on his way out?
That's kind of up in there. I would say it's 50-50 at this point. I think for a team to kind of pull him away from Doug Armstrong, because like I said, I feel like Doug Armstrong is fine with this team staying pat as it is right now. They've shown him over the last couple of games that they can compete with the big dogs. So I think someone would really have to blow him away with a deal that would make Twitter go, oh, Doug Armstrong fleeced him again. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but I do know a lot of people have Vince Dunn on their radar, and I've heard Mike Hoffman's name in talks too. So if someone blows him away with a deal, we could still see something going on. But I think it's more likely that Vince Dunn stays.
What about, you mentioned Mike Hoffman, and I know that he had been a healthy scratch at one point. He hadn't exactly been putting up kind of the wild numbers that I think that people had expected from him. What's the story with him? Why is he maybe not performing up to the way that people thought he would?
Well, I think for the most part, Craig Berube's style of play is very much a lot grittier than Mike Hoffman's. You know what I'm saying? So his coaching style and the 2019 team, all of those things, forechecking, defense, board play, cycling pucks. I feel like Mike Hoffman is a lot more creative and a lot more skilled, and he kind of had to figure out his way in this system to kind of be successful. And Craig Berube had to take a little bit too, because he wasn't giving him first line power play time. They weren't really setting him up in the spot for his one-timer where he's very lethal. And I think over the last couple of games, like I said, they found him in that spot more. He's ripping shots more, and it feels like they both kind of figured it out. So moving forward, I don't know what's going to happen with him, whether he gets traded or whether he's a key part of this playoff team, but it's going to be interesting to watch for sure.
Did you think that he was going to have those sorts of troubles fitting in, or was that a surprise for you?
I think a lot of people just kind of, it was like 50-50 among Blues Twitter. For me personally, I thought the power play would be a lot more successful than they have, just because, I mean, you bring in a guy like Torrey Krug, up like quarterbacking the power play and being so successful and watching it firsthand in the Stanley Cup in Boston. And then he comes here with another power play specialist with Mike Hoffman. You have to feel like the numbers are just going to go off the charts, and they just haven't been there this season. Obviously, Torrey Krug's going to be here for a long time. I think he's on pace for one of, like, statistically, not his best season in his career. But like, he's going to be here for 7 more years. I feel like Justin Falk kind of had the same thing when he came in. And now this season, he's been lighting the world on fire. So I think it just takes a little bit of time for guys to get acclimated to the system that Craig Berube runs. Unfortunately for Mike Hoffman, he doesn't have that kind of time, but I think Torrey Krug will be fine in the long run.
I always like to ask about goaltenders, and Jordan Binnington had a 50 save performance against Vegas the other night. Is that a sign that he's back to the Binnington that led them to that Stanley Cup? I know he had a rougher start to the season.
Yeah, I would think so. And like I said, the defense, I think, plays a huge part of that. I think Robert Bertuzzo leads the team with like a -10 on the season. He hasn't been having a fantastic season by any stretch of the imagination. And the injury to Colton Parayko, I think, was massive because you lose a guy like Alex Pietrangelo in the offseason. Colton Parayko's expectations soar through the roof. You give him the A, come in, expect him to be that number one defenseman, or at least up there in that top pairing. And he plays hurt for the first part of the season and then says he can't go, put him on injured reserve. Comes back now and he looks fantastic, especially paired with Jake Wallman. They look like their chemistry is firing on all cylinders. But yeah, I think the defense has played a major part in kind of hanging out Binnington to dry. But we have also seen some uncharacteristic soft goals on him this season. But I think the momentum thing for him is huge. We saw that in the playoffs and like back-to-backs and coming off of a losing game. He was fantastic. I think he's building momentum at the right time, and this team's building momentum at the right time. So I'm not drawing comparisons to 2019, but there's a lot of similarities here that make you hopeful.
Well, it is going to be an interesting time for Blues fans, and there still, of course, is time left for something big to happen. Thank you so much for joining us on the trade deadline show today. Glad to have you here. We're going to catch up now with some other news that we have been hearing about. First up, Philadelphia has signed Scott Laughton to an extension with 5 years, $3 million average value. Also, the Chicago Blackhawks just traded Carl Soderberg to the Avalanche. So that sure is a thing that happened. Of course, right after Jack joined us on the show, his team made yet another deal. Of course, the big news of the day has been Taylor Hall and the Taylor Hall sweepstakes, which went to the Boston Bruins. Right now, we're going to hear from Ian McLaren with his reaction to the Taylor Hall trade.
What is up, Bruins fans? General Manager Don Sweeney has made some moves here on NHL trade deadline day. He acquired Taylor Hall and Curtis Lazar from the Buffalo Sabres in exchange for Anders Bjork and a second-round pick. This comes after he acquired defenseman Mike Riley from the Ottawa Senators on Sunday night, following Boston's just horrific 8-1 loss to the Washington Capitals. That, of course, was played with a bunch of AHL players on the blue line and in net. This trade significantly improves the Bruins' chances of competing in the playoffs and brings Taylor Hall to Boston 11 years after he was selected first overall, just one pick ahead of Tyler Seguin. Sucks to give up on Anders Bjork. He's a very talented young player, but the opportunity to pick up a Taylor Hall, and also don't forget you get exclusive negotiating rights when he becomes an unrestricted free agent this summer. Too good to pass up, and good on Don Sweeney for getting out there and picking him up.
Yeah, I like what he said there about having the negotiating priority in the summertime, because that could be a long-term landing spot for Taylor Hall, a guy who's been, what would you call it, cursed with first overall picks. Team to teams that he's gone to have always been able to wrap that up, from Edmonton over and over again to when he was with New Jersey, obviously. Back-to-back years. So Taylor Hall, maybe a long-term fit in Boston. I know that the perfection line's all getting older, but they've been looking for a guy to play with David Krejci for years and years. So I think that that'd be a great fit long-term if it works out. And the price they had to pay was shockingly low.
Yeah. If that's what it takes to get Taylor Hall, amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, no question. Well, as we mentioned earlier with Alex Iafallo, as many as that is trades this day, it also is a big day for re-signing, and that's what happened in Philly with Scott Laughton signing a 5-year extension at $3 million. And for a team that's kind of gone off the rails this year, and goaltending was a big part of that, it's good for them to lock up kind of like a Philly-type player, right? Like he plays the way the Flyers have been known to play over the years. He's gritty. He's not afraid to mix it up. He's yappy. He's happy to chirp every guy on the ice. Probably one of the loudest players in the league. So I think it's a perfect fit, and why not keep him? Are you surprised, though, at a 5-year term?
I mean, it's Philadelphia. Who knows what they're going to do? And he's a little bit of a fan favorite from what I know. So I'm not too surprised that they did whatever they could to keep him around.
Yeah, we're seeing, I think, that more and more, these depth guys getting long-term contracts just so that the GM or the coach, they can have it in pen on a third and fourth line, and there's not as many interchanging parts. Brandon Tanev comes to mind with Pittsburgh, signing that 7-year contract there, and Josh Anderson, again, I think Habs fans could probably tell you is top 6, I think, but at least by the end of that contract, not so much. But, hey, it's good for the players. There's a flat cap, so you get that certainty, cost certainty. I know that's kind of a keyword that's been thrown out here over the year. And I think that's a nice bit of business for Philadelphia. But to me, an interesting move, and I don't want to get you too emotional, but Jeff Carter to Pittsburgh, he seems to me like the perfect reclamation project to put on Sidney Crosby's wing and just let him go. To me, he's one of the most volume shooters in the NHL over the past couple of years. How do you think he'll fit in with Pittsburgh, and your thoughts on the return?
I think that it's sad as a fan, but it's something that I think needed to be done. And Rob Blake has not been too sentimental about who he gets rid of or who he keeps. I think the return was fine. Obviously, fans want more, but it is what it is, and the market is what it is. And now Jeff Carter, who has been long a favorite of mine as a player on the Kings, will get a chance to chase another Stanley Cup with Sidney Crosby, who he's very familiar with from Hockey Canada stuff.
All the way back to the 05 World Junior team, which is just crazy. Now, 16 years later, teammates once again. Now, he's not the only high-profile player. We had a captain on the move last night. Nick Foligno to the Toronto Maple Leafs, a huge splash there. They also acquired another veteran backup goalie in David Rittich. And who better than my buddy Mikey DiStefano? In normal times, we'd be sitting side by side right now at the TSN 1050 studios in Scarborough, Ontario. I can see that's where you're at now. Mikey, you must be fired up. The Leafs addressing a couple important parts of their roster.
Yeah, I was really a big fan of the moves that were made last night. Kyle Dubas going out there, making some quick work of the deadline, and we'll see if he's got anything else up his sleeve. But definitely going out and getting a guy like Nick Foligno is going to add so much to this team. Like, everyone talks about how much of an amazing person he is off the ice, just in the locker room as a human. And what he's going to bring on the ice is going to be amazing for the Leafs, too. A guy who's got a little bit of grittiness, some edge to him. He's a captain. He can play in all situations. He can be out there in the final minute trying to put away a one-goal game with a one-goal lead. He can score a little bit. He's clearly not that 30-goal guy that he once was back in, 14, 15, I believe. But he's somebody who brings a lot of versatility to this team. I've thrown it out there. Some people aren't too fond of it, but I think that he could be an option if you want to keep Galchenyuk Hyman up in the top 6. He could be a third-line center for this team and really solidify it down the middle, have 3 solid lines. And when you're going up against the teams like Winnipeg, who I think is the biggest threat to them in the Canadian division, they've got those 3 solid lines, and now I think you kind of match that. And I've personally kind of penciled him in right there, but certainly that's not where it's going to, where it may not end up. And then bringing in Dave Rittich, clearly there's some question marks, to say the least, with Freddie Anderson and what's going to happen with his future. Has he played his last game as a Maple Leaf? That question is starting to be asked now. Certainly it looks like they've used up his cap now that he's on LTIR to go out and make these additions, and getting a guy like David Rittich as insurance behind Jack Campbell ahead of Michael Hutchinson, I think, was a big move for Dubas.
One of the things that I've noticed Toronto doing this year and really in the recent past has been acquiring some of these sort of more gritty veteran type guys. They got, of course, Nick Foligno this year over the offseason, Joe Thornton. They got Jason Spezza on the team, who has bounced around a little bit, but he's yet another guy with plenty of experience that he brings to this team. Do you think that that's kind of the missing piece for this Toronto Maple Leaf squad, is sort of bringing in these older, more experienced guys to back up their young superstars?
100%. And I think that there's no mistake that the big additions that this team has made over the course of the past calendar year has been guys like Wayne Simmons, guys like Joe Thornton, Zach Bogosian, and now you added Nick Foligno, a former captain. This team has been called immature by not only Mike Babcock, but even at times last year, Sheldon Keefe was calling them immature. And there's just a little bit too much immaturity in their game. So you kind of bolster it with those veterans that teaches these young guys how to play in the NHL and how to be a real pro. And I think that we're starting to see that rub off on these young guys. A guy like Matthews has really taken his game to the next level this season. And I think it's a big reason because of the offseason additions of bringing in those leadership veteran type players. And Nick Foligno is just going to add to that group.
So he's going to have to serve a 7-day quarantine. We won't see him in tonight's game in Montreal or this week. Now, the Leafs are on a 9-game win streak, 10-game point streak right now, but they're doing that in spite of their power play, which has just been it just hasn't even been there. They've allowed 3 shorthanded goals over the last 13 games and have 1 power play goal during that stretch. The talent is clearly there. What's lacking on the power play?
You know, I think it's just they're just thinking too much. They're trying to set up the pretty play instead of just trying to get pucks to the net, right? They're trying to just get themselves wide open and get the perfect grade A chance. When really, and you look at the 1 power play goal that they have scored in the last 12 games, it was a gritty goal off a rebound that he just puts it up over Markstrom's shoulder. So I think they just got to stop thinking a little bit. The term gripping their stick gets used often in hockey when a player's on like a goal scoring drought. And I think that's somewhat happening here. Not so much gripping the stick, but they're just overthinking it on the power play. And I think also a guy like Nick Foligno, who has had some success playing the power play, could come in and maybe he's another piece that you could throw out there, whether in the bumper role or a net front presence. Maybe he can come in and help get this power play back on track because they got dynamite talent. And they should definitely be scoring power play goals like each and every night with the amount of talent that they have. It's just not happening. But once it does start to happen, look out. Because the way that they're playing at 5-on-5, you include that power play success, this team seriously has Stanley Cup aspirations.
Well, yeah, they were top 2 in power play before they ended up going on this streak. Now they're down all the way like 9th, 10th around there. And for the love of God, can we stop the drop pass entry on the power play? Like that slingshot just never works. The Kings do that too. It seems like it's catching steam around the NHL again, and I hate it.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of it either. Just carry the puck in and get set up. That's my opinion on the power play as well. But hey, man, I'm not Manny Malhotra. I'm not running the thing. I can't make those decisions. But clearly something needs to change. So they have to do something else to get that power play back up and running.
We did mention goaltending and, of course, the kind of constant question of what is going on with Freddie Anderson. So as someone who covers the Kings and is very familiar with your current starter, Jack Campbell, what has he meant to this team to be able to step in through this time where Anderson struggled and things were looking a little rough for him to come in and just be phenomenal for the Leafs?
Oh, it's been everything. Absolutely everything. And like you talk about Nick Foligno and how you can't say enough good things about the person he is off the ice. I think Jack Campbell, you, Sarah, would know just how amazing of a human being he is as well. And he's just a guy that you want to root for because of that. And the amount of success that he's having just broke an NHL record, 11 straight wins to begin a season. Like he is like if he had more starts, I think he would be in the Vezina conversation. Unfortunately, when you only play like 25% of the game, you're probably not going to be. But honestly, he's a guy who's come in and somewhat, I don't want to say saved the Leafs this year, but you think about the injury to Anderson. If they had to hand the net over to Michael Hutchinson, they probably wouldn't be in the strong position that they're in right now, up atop of the Canadian division here up north. And so Jack Campbell certainly has been a massive, massive piece to this team's success this year. And I think that going forward now with Anderson on LTIR, it's kind of Campbell's net to keep, if I'm being completely honest with you. And we'll see what happens with Anderson's health. But definitely the way that Campbell's playing, it makes it a lot easier to digest this Anderson injury.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought back to Anderson because we can't gloss over that. When you've got a guy who was brought in to be the starter and take this team to the next level when the rebuild really kickstarted in Austin Matthews' rookie year, and we just haven't heard, like he hasn't skated. He's got like an appointment here, an appointment there, but there's no updates on the ice. Now, being a Sens fan, it's reminiscent of when Hasek got hurt at the Olympics and they just kept saying, oh, maybe next week. He never played another game for the Ottawa Senators. I know that you mentioned it's a legitimate concern, but how much does that take away from their ability to not only get out of the first round, which they haven't done in 17 years, but make a run here?
Honestly, I don't think it really matters at this point. Just
neither do I.
Jack Campbell's been the better goaltender when he's out there. Like Campbell has given the Leafs the best goaltending. He's given Toronto the best opportunities to win. And now you add in a guy like Big Save Dave. You have a legitimate backup goaltender, a guy who has been a starter in the league and at worst a 1B in a tandem. And I think that those two together, given the fact that Campbell hasn't been able to put together a run, a good stretch, I think I would feel comfortable enough to put in Dave Riddick if it truly is the end of Anderson in Toronto, and if he doesn't get back on track and that injury keeps nagging in through to the playoffs. Like, he's done for the rest of the regular season. I think we can say that now. They're using his LTIR cap space to make additional moves. And the question is, are you going to want to put him in once the playoffs get here after not playing for 2 months? And I don't know. I was kind of thinking about that earlier today. And to be honest with you, he actually did all right last year when they played Columbus after not playing for a few months because of the break because of COVID. And that was because he was pretty fresh and rejuvenated. Perhaps that could happen again here in the playoffs if they do decide to bring him back into the fold. But if not, if it is the end, I think I'm pretty set to say that the Leafs, they should be okay and they should be fine with the Campbell-Riddick tandem through the playoffs.
There was one other deal that the Leafs made with the Blue Jackets, actually, that I think had a lot of people asking some questions, which was the deal for Riley Nash, who is currently injured. And, it's a deal for a guy who you're sort of banking on being able to contribute in the future. What kind of was the motivation behind trading for him, acquiring a guy who may not be able to step into your lineup for a little bit longer still?
To open up cap space. At the end of the day, that's what that did. They acquired him to open up more cap space. This is just Brandon Pridham and Kyle Dubas doing what they do best and finding the loopholes in the CBA. And now by putting him on LTIR, that opened up an additional $2.5 million that the Leafs could use to go out and swing a deal to bring in a David Riddick and potentially still have money to make another addition in the next, where we have another 25 minutes, I guess, here in this deadline, if they're able to do it. A guy who I'm kind of thinking is potentially a Jamie Alexiak type player, maybe a Jordy Ben out of Vancouver, just a depth defenseman who could step in a pinch. But
you can have Erica Branson if you want.
Yeah, I don't know if they need Gutty. He could stay in Ottawa. He just had a kid too. I don't want to bring him away from his child.
I know.
But no, I think that ultimately this was a depth move. A guy who could come in and play the fourth line once he's healthy in the playoffs. He's a very defensively sound player. He can kill penalties, win faceoffs, and play well in his own zone. You could trust him in a fourth line role should injuries start to pile up. Maybe, guys like Spezza and Thornton, who are up there in age, start to kind of teeter off, and maybe they need a night off here and there as they get to the end of the season. And Riley Nash is a guy in the playoffs you could throw in and spell them for a night and feel pretty good about it in a sheltered defensive role where you only got to play him for 10 minutes. So cap space is number one, and depth, I think, is number two. And number three, I think it was also to kind of just keep the conversation rolling in kind of a package. If you package it together with Nick Foligno, it makes a little bit more sense. Riley Nash for conditional 7 didn't make a whole lot of sense for Columbus, but having that conversation where, okay, we'll make this deal, put him on LTIR, and then we can make that Foligno deal a couple days later once all of our money is in order. I think that also is kind of used as kind of a facilitator of the Foligno deal. So kind of a three-parter in that one.
Yeah, between that trade, or those trades, I should say, and getting a first for David Savard, I think that's some tidy business for Jarmo Kekalainen, who went all in a pair of times and gave up first, second, third, some prospects. They really went full out. And why not when you're able to sweep the Tampa Bay Lightning? Made it kind of all worth it for them. Mikey, I want to get you out here on this because we talk about the Leafs and all the depth they have, and maybe people who aren't as close to the situation as you are might think, oh, those guys are over the hill and aren't contributing. Maybe Jason Spezza to focus on. This guy's been drinking from the fountain of youth. He's had a hell of a season in Toronto.
Yeah, man, vintage, man, like a fine wine. This guy's playing some phenomenal hockey right now, scoring goals, putting up points, playing on the second power play. The thing about him, too, is he's only playing 10 minutes a night, and he's leading this team in points per 60 with the very limited action that he has. I think I saw he's like in the top 5 in the league for points per 60. He's really having himself a phenomenal year. Let's not leave out Wayne Simmons, who's come and played a pretty solid role with the Maple Leafs as well. A lot of people thought that he was over the hill kind of last couple seasons in Nashville and then last year in Buffalo. He kind of teetered out a little bit, but he's found the fountain of youth himself as well, and he's played himself a pretty solid role, I think, in giving the Leafs some energy at times when they need it. And then Jumbo Joe Thornton, what can you say about Jumbo? He's just what he does on and off the ice is pretty great. So I think definitely bringing in those veteran guys has been massive for the Leafs.
And looking forward, Leafs no doubt are making the playoffs, likely in the first seed. Do you have a preferred opponent?
A preferred opponent? I mean, funny, they've played Edmonton pretty well. Like, realistically, they've played well against the Oilers, but I don't know if I'd want McDavid and Draisaitl in a 7-game series. I feel like they go pretty bananas there. However, I'm thinking it's looking more likely that it's going to be the Montreal Canadiens, and I think that'd be a pretty solid matchup too. I'm not just because I'm a homer and I'm of Locked On Leafs and we support the Leafs, but I think they are clearly the best team in Canada. I don't think it really matters who they play in the first round. They should be able to win their first series. I was saying this yesterday on my locker room. There's been 3 CBAs signed since the Leafs last won a playoff series. So we got to get that done. I think that streak snaps this season, and I think that they make their way into the Final Four. And if that happens, I think all the moves that Dubas has made this season would be deemed success. I don't think it's cup or bust in order for this Foligno trade and all these veteran signings to be considered a successful season, but you win that Canadian division, you make it to the Final Four, win a couple of rounds. I think that would be considered a good step for the Maple Leafs, who are looking to have a long, long success.
Certainly a pressure point for GMs in the North Division, knowing that they're guaranteed at least one team in the conference final. No Canadian team has been in the conference final for 4 years since, yes, your Ottawa Senators in 2017. Mikey, pleasure having you on, and look forward to the day we're back in studio at TSN together. And hey, that's one side of the trade. We got buyers, we got sellers, and Jay Forster's up next with Locked On Jackets. They had to say goodbye to a captain and a good soldier in Riley Nash. What would you like to see going forward? I guess, Jay's with us right now. Perfect, because we're just lauding the acquisitions of both Riley Nash and Nick Foligno. But hey, I've seen it multiple times covering the Senators, having to wave goodbye to a captain or a potential captain in Mark Stone. What's the mood like in Columbus the day after Nick Foligno is moved?
Oh man, it sucks. Like, I was talking to Sarah about this. Like, we knew that it was coming, I think, for like a month. When I realized, okay, we're probably not making the playoffs. His contract's expiring. I didn't think they would trade him, but like looking back, I'm like, yeah, okay, it makes sense. But it's still like, I hate it. I'm sad. I ate a slice of cheesecake at 2:30 a.m. about it last night. Happy we got it first, but it is tough to see a guy like Nick Foligno go.
I know it's hard to quantify exactly how important someone like Nick Foligno is to a team like the Blue Jackets, who has really kind of been through everything, through ups and downs and the sweep of the Lightning and all of that stuff. And there was an interesting quote I saw from John Tortorella that was basically, I'll paraphrase it here because I think he used some words maybe I don't get to say on the live stream, but he was basically like, we've been through it. And he was like, I don't know that I necessarily liked Nick Foligno or thought he was going to be a good captain, and look at where we are now. And, it's a very John Tortorella quote to just come out in the media and be like, I told this guy he wasn't going to be a good captain. And yet, Nick Foligno has been so important, kind of the heartbeat of that Blue Jackets team. Just there's no way to replace him, but who's going to be kind of wearing that leadership mantle? Who's going to be the next team dad of the Columbus Blue Jackets?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We've lost all of our dads, like all of our old responsible guys have gone. It's weird. They've said that they're not going to name a new captain this season, which makes sense. I suspect they're waiting till the off season until they know whether Foligno's coming back or not. Because if I'm crossing my fingers, he goes to Toronto, has a playoffs there, and then is like, right, well, I'm just going to come straight back to Columbus. Like, his family's here. He loves the city. He loves the team. So I don't know that they name a captain until they know for sure whether he's coming back or not. General consensus: Seth Jones is going to be the next guy to wear the C. which I am mostly fine with. Couple outside picks, our other alternate captains, Cam Atkinson, who I think is the only like official dad left. It's just him and a bunch of children. He's one of them. And Boone Jenner is an outside chance. He was the guy that was supposed to get the captain seat before Nick Foligno kind of had this breakout season, and everyone realized, what a great guy he is, what a great leader he is. Before that, it was going to be Boone Jenner wearing the C. So that would be kind of my outside pick. But it's really Columbus is a team that does things by committee. We don't really have a star to go out there and score 50 goals a game. I mean, like, ostensibly that's what Laine could be for us, but we've since Panarin, we haven't really had a guy that's scored more than 20 goals a season. Like our leading goal scorer last season had 21 goals. And it's kind of the same with leadership. Is there's not really one guy that stands out as, oh yeah, that's a leader, because it kind of everyone feels like they could step up and do something on this team.
Safe to say that Patrick Laine not in the discussion to get a C under John Tortorella. I know that there's been some tension, to say the least, but he needs a new contract as well. Like, is there an outside chance that we see a nice buzzer beater deal with them moving on from him, or is he a part of the long-term future in Columbus?
I'd like to see him be part of the long-term future. Again, it's difficult to know with Patrick Laine, because is it that he's not gelling with Tortorella? Is it that he's not a good fit for the team? The good news is Tortorella is extremely unlikely to be back next season. His contract is up. I wouldn't be surprised if he just flat retires instead of going somewhere else, but I don't think we'll see him back in Columbus. So, Patrick Laine under a different coach might be, the star player that we need. I think, I've seen reports that there are guys like inquiring about Laine, and, why wouldn't you? Columbus are sellers. You might as well say, hey, what's it going to take to get Laine and his negotiation rights? But I think it's going to have to be big to get Laine, because, like I say, that potentially that's a 50-goal scorer there. And if we can make it work with Laine, I think we should, especially considering what we gave up to get him. Like, if we give up Laine, then we essentially got Jack Roslovic, who admittedly I love, and have been saying that he's been the best player in this trade. But I don't think we want to give up Laine just yet.
Yeah, and I think it's rough given that Laine hasn't performed particularly well, again, for reasons that we don't necessarily know. It could be a lot of different reasons why he hasn't looked great. But I'm sure that isn't helping his trade value in the event that the Blue Jackets did want to see what they could get for him. It's not going to be another Pierre-Luc Dubois, because teams are going to look at him and say, he scored 2 goals or whatever. So I'm sure that also probably factors into him remaining a Blue Jacket for hopefully past the next 15 minutes towards the end of the trade deadline.
Yeah, definitely. And it is tough to kind of say, oh, Laine is going to be a success next season. Laine is not going to be a success next season. But at this point, like, we already have 3 first-round picks in the upcoming draft. I don't think a first is going to do it. We would have to get a significant piece back in a significant piece back to get rid of him. We're not going to just let him walk for draft picks. We've got draft picks for days now. It would have to be something substantial. Somebody probably signed. You'd want another kind of similar Josh Anderson, Max Domi type deal, a 1-for-1 potentially future of the franchise. And, Max Domi hasn't worked out for us thus far. He was a guy that I thought might potentially be on the move today. But I guess, again, 7 goals on the season there's not a huge market out there for a guy like Domi.
Well, it's been, do you think the Blue Jackets are done today?
Yeah, I think so. I think if something was coming, I think it would have come already. I mean, I am on record as saying that they weren't going to trade Nick Foligno, so clearly I don't know anything. But yeah, I would guess that that we are done. It's not out of the realm possibility that Del Zotto could be on the move in the next 15 minutes or so. People have been floating the idea of us getting rid of a goalie, but I don't see that happening, especially, Elvis has been on and off injured this season. I think it makes sense for us to keep hold of both of them. And yeah, that's about it for guys we can trade. Everyone else is young, still on their ALC, or part of the core. We have no one left. We've given away all of our tradable assets, I think.
Well, we've got some more trade news to announce in just a second. I'm going to close with one last question for you, Jay. Who is taking over hugging the goalies now that Nick Foligno is gone?
I don't know. This occurred to me at like 6 a.m. this morning. I was like, oh God, who's gonna hug the goalies? And people were like, well, Nick Foligno can hug Jack Campbell. I'm like, that's not what I'm worried about here. Nick Foligno will find somebody to hug, but we need somebody who's going to be willing to catch Elvis when he does his 8-foot vertical leap. And again, the guy that probably would take charge of that, Boone Jenner, is out for the season with a broken finger. So I think probably the nicest thing to do would just be to line up in an orderly fashion and take it in turns to hug the goalie, because after the season we've had, they both need it.
Well, that is maybe the most exciting storyline for me coming out of the Blue Jackets trade deadline. Thanks, Jay, for jumping on the show. We're going to turn now to some big trade news that is coming up. Right now, we are hearing that Sam Bennett is on his way to Florida, to the Florida Panthers, who cleared a whole ton of cap space, and we were all wondering what they're going to do with it. The answer is apparently trade for Sam Bennett. So we're going to be talking with Jess Belmosto of Locked on Flames coming up today in the very near future, all about what's going on with her team. You are, of course, listening and watching, hopefully, Locked on NHL, our live trade deadline show. I keep trying to say draft deadline. I've been doing that all week and haven't fixed it yet. And we're almost out of time for me to get that one right. But as our live show, you are, of course, able to find it basically anywhere you can stream anything. We're on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter. If you're listening on the Odyssey app and would like to see our little faces talking about hockey, you can go and find us in any of those video places, YouTube, Periscope, all sorts of great places. So make sure that you are getting all your news here on the trade deadline show. So Sam Bennett, what do you think about that one?
Yeah, I think the return's quite impactful. I know that he rescinded his trade request once Daryl Sutter was named head coach in Calgary. It seems like his kind of player, right? Dirty, getting the areas, and relentless on the forecheck. I was more expecting, and we'll get Jess's thoughts on this, that there was going to be a bigger move out of Calgary today, maybe with one of those core pieces, because I don't know if Daryl Sutter really likes Johnny Gaudreau's game very much. And even Matthew Tkachuk has been on the wrong end of some benchings from Sutter. So a little surprised that Sam Bennett's the guy on his way out. But not only did they get a second-round pick for Sam Bennett, they got Emil Heineman, who was taken in the second round last year. So you bring in 2 second-round picks for a guy who clearly wasn't a part of the future in Calgary. I think it's some tidy business out there from Mr. Tree Living. Now, perfect time to bring in Jess Bellissimo from Locked On Calgary Flames. Are you on the same page as me in terms of you thought maybe there'd be a more impactful trade made today from the Flames?
I really wasn't expecting them to do much. I did not go into this with the expectations of Riddick or Bennett being traded, just because last week they were asked about it and they were like, no, Sam Bennett changed his mind, and David Riddick was just kind of like, don't make a story out of this. It is what it is. But I'm happy with what was made of things. I think that Sam Bennett will benefit from a change of scenery, and I'm sure Florida's looking forward to that playoff production that he's so known for.
What do you think changed for the Flames to give up these guys when it kind of seemed like maybe they weren't going to do something like this?
I really don't know. I think maybe it was just that plummet after Sutter's initial successful start here, and no one was really being receptive or responsive to it. So it was just kind of like, okay, we can blow it up a little bit and see what happens. So I wish that Gaudreau and Tkachuk would do a little bit more, but I think that it's a slow process.
That's a huge return, though. I can't get over getting not only a second-round pick, and it's not for this year. A lot of GMs are doing this. We saw it with Mike Riley getting the third-round pick for 2022, where scouts will be allowed back more in the building, and it seems like it's a stronger draft as well. So the initial reaction must be happiness with the return.
Definitely. I'm really excited about this because the Flames are in that weird position now where they need to start planning for the future and what they want to do in terms of a rebuild. So when you have scouts back in the building and you can really, capitalize on that second round pick right there and work on developing them and just, and I'm pretty sure they got a third round pick for David Riddick in the same year. So, it's working out pretty great for them.
Yeah, it seems like they're on the other end of it. Obviously, covering Locked On Senators, we had the Curtis Lazar trade from a few years ago where a second-round pick went the other way. And at the time, you don't think much of it. And now that's Alex Formenton, who's quickly making a name for himself on the NHL roster. So as a team that's been known to sell, and I think I can speak for all three of us on that, it just looks like a draft pick now, but it does add some excitement and intrigue into the future, especially when you can add multiple assets like they did. So we knew that this was Jacob Markstrom's crease once he signed the deal. That was a big ticket contract. David Rittich had some nice starts. He was a good story. Sarah, you mentioned the goalie hugs. David Rittich was well known for that, him and his relationship with Matthew Tkachuk, among others. But is there a sense of who's going to be the backup now? I know Zagadulin was on the taxi squad. He got his first action earlier this season. Is it just Markstrom is your 1A, B, and C, or what's the future look like in goal for Calgary?
So they do have Louis Domingue down, or not down in Stockton, because they're playing in Calgary as well.
He's probably in the kitchen too. You always see him baking and having all that good fun.
So the theory right now is that he will be the backup, which is fine, I think. I mean, I don't know. The season's kind of a loss at this point, so just kind of ride it out and see what you can work with and make the most of it.
The big change, of course, was the Flames bringing in Daryl Sutter, who is, as you and I talked about whenever that happened, a very well-known quantity to me for the Kings and to many old school Calgary Flames fans from his time with the organization before that. What's been sort of the results he's been getting from the Flames? I know he started out hot and then things have been not exactly, I think, where people had wanted it to go since that coaching change.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of went the exact opposite as people expected. I was excited because I was like, like that tough love. They need someone to kind of like put them back into shape and like let them know who's boss. And unfortunately, it appears that no one is really responding. He has been like limiting the Stars numbers on ice or time on ice rather. And there was a picture from a few weeks ago of Sutter like yelling at the ref, I think, and Nikita Nesterov is rolling his eyes. So I think that really sums up how everybody's kind of feeling about.
I love his post-game press conferences, though.
Oh,
He's so blunt.
He is, and I think that's like I was worried that we were going to get this like Bill Belichick style, like very secretive, short answers. You're not getting it out of me sort of deal, but I think he's been pretty honest.
Yeah, brutally honest. And I don't know if he's doing Sudoku that first press conference. That was awesome, though. He's just like looking up and he's like, I want to say happy birthday to my mom or something like that. That was awesome. I just think that he's such a good character. All the Sutters are for the National Hockey League, but he does sometimes rub Stars the wrong way. You see a long-term path past that with Monahan, Gaudreau, Tkachuk. Those are the guys, in my opinion, you have to build around, and he seems to be isolating them a little bit.
Yeah, I don't really think that Monahan will be here long term. I think it's either going to be him or Gaudreau who goes. with Tkachuk, you just kind of have to. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this has rubbed me the wrong way since I saw it. But I guess Brady Tkachuk was on, did an interview on the radio and said, yeah, Sutter told Matthew not to come over and stretch with me anymore, and he doesn't want him distracting, and he needs to be like completely focused. And I was like, come on, like that's his brother. We're in COVID times. Like there's no traveling back and forth to see family, and you're just gonna like take away that one thing that he probably has to look forward to during his during the season.
That's Daryl Sutter for you.
Yeah.
That doesn't shock me at all.
I know that after that came out, that was on Wally and Mathot's show. So an Ottawa-based show. Sens fans had every mock trade possible to get Matthew to Ottawa to play with his brother. I think that would be fantastic. Jess Belmosto, sorry for the mispronunciation earlier. We really appreciate you taking some time with us dissecting what I believe is an awesome return for Sam Bennett. So enjoy the rest of the season, and we'll be sure to follow you on Locked On Flames.
Thank you.
Sarah, you've had your experiences covering a Daryl Sutter-led team before. What stands out most to you from that?
It's just, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked that some of the stars, especially some of the young guys, maybe aren't necessarily reacting as well to him as they thought he would. I do love the press conferences, the doodling during the Zoom.
Yeah.
Like that was just classic Daryl stuff. And every Kings beat reporter or anyone who's ever been on that beat was just like, yep, that's Daryl. That's our guy. I'm not surprised. I think that it takes a certain player to work well with him, and not everyone can do it. And the Flames are finding that out.
No question. Of a guy who had a cup of coffee with the Calgary Flames, Eric Gustafsson, last season. He ended up signing in Philadelphia. He goes to Montreal, and I swore I read this as Eric Branson. I almost jumped up and hit my head celebrating the trade. But it's Eric Gustafsson, half his salary retained. So Montreal able to still have some flexibility there. They had a ton of cap space, actually an impressive amount when you look at their top end guys, how much Weber and Carey Price are making under the cap. But in return, a 7th round pick. And again, it's these 2022 picks that are flying all over the place right now. Nobody wants the unsuredness of the 2021 draft and not being able to have the proper scouting, boots on the ground. Hell, the OHL hasn't even played a game yet this year. So there's tons of uncertainty surrounding that, but Montreal making another addition on the blue line. And the Habs have been an interesting team for me to follow up here, and Ottawa's been giving them some good games. Obviously, one Senators win caused Montreal to fire their head coach, Claude Julien. They have Dominic Ducharme there. They've got Cole Caulfield on the way. This kid is just lighting it up at every level he's there. So I think that's a tidy bit of business, and I don't know if Marc Bergevin is done. I know that it says it's 3:00 now, Sarah, so the deadline on Eastern time, it should have passed, but we always see these trickle-in trades. As long as you're in queue, the trades can still be processed, and we see them up to maybe 4 Eastern, maybe 4:30. So although the deadline is passed, I don't want to say it's over, but how would you describe this day? Because I'd say not uneventful, but no real magnitude guys. Like, sure, Taylor Hall, but he had 1 year left on his contract. This isn't a situation where last year you had guys like Pajot gets traded for a first, second, and third, but then gets signed to a long-term deal right away. Mark Stone, same as the year before. This year, it seems like it's just been slow and steady. GMs kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah, I think that I think everyone has been very cautious this year, and whether that's because of their own internal financial situations, because of COVID, whether it's just because there are so many teams on that bubble. There are so many teams who are just 1 or 2 wins away from either jumping up into a playoff spot or jumping down to, way at the bottom of their division. So I think a lot of teams are just playing it safe, and they're not looking to make that big splash. And a lot of players, I think, given the uncertainty in the world, sure, they're millionaires and they can afford to do whatever they want in terms of moving their family in a global pandemic. But I think that a lot of teams and players are just saying, you know what, whatever happens this year happens, and we will, regroup again next year. And maybe we'll see, we'll have a little more certainty once we get around to draft day. And once we find out how the future is going to go, we might see some more bigger moves then. Again, probably for more future draft picks, because like you said, scouting, if you don't have a strong scouting department for your team, this draft is just going to be a toss-up for you. And I know there's a lot of teams who I hate to pick on Buffalo, but unfortunately they're often the easy one to pick on. They fired most of their scouting staff,
right,
and haven't replaced them since the start of the pandemic. So Buffalo might as well just give away their draft picks. I don't know who they're just going to pick a name out of a hat. So teams that I think have strong faith in their scouting groups, strong European scouting groups and everything, I think could, look more towards this draft. But a lot of teams I feel like are just going to swing and see whatever happens. And it's not going to, they're like, it's a wash, I think, for a lot of teams. And I think we didn't see the big moves because teams are just being more cautious than usual, which is very NHL, I think.
It was more seller type moves up in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I know Toronto, yes, they're the one exception to that rule, really making it known that this is their season. I'm surprised that the Winnipeg Jets stood pat.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to have the best potential of matching Toronto in a playoff series. Maybe a defenseman they could have added. Hey, maybe they still will. As we mentioned, trades could trickle in, but it was all selling. Ottawa did a little
Mm-hmm.
bit with some draft picks coming in, and Calgary with Bennett, and kind of I don't want to say a failed prospect exchange, but somewhat with Gaudette going to Chicago in exchange for Highmore. But in my opinion here, this Canadian division, as I mentioned with Mikey too, it's a chance for guaranteed spot in the conference finals. And Marc Bergevin, I'll go on record as saying if they don't win a round of the playoffs, he's out in Montreal. He's on the chopping block.
Mm-hmm.
He's next.
Right.
And I'm just surprised that they didn't make more of an effort here to go all in.
Yeah, I think he knows it too. Bergevin does. And as we mentioned, trades are still continuing to trickle in. Toronto not done yet, apparently. Per Elliot Friedman, a report from him, Ben Hutton, a defenseman currently playing with the Anaheim Ducks, is headed to Toronto. No news yet on what in exchange for, but Toronto adding some more depth to their defense there. Ben Hutton, of course, used to be a Los Angeles King last season.
Used to be a Brockville Brave in Junior A, little town outside Ottawa where my mom's from.
Everywhere. There's still time for him to go back to Ottawa someday.
Yeah, exactly. Just down the road.
He has made the Southern California circuit, and one player who is making a circuit of a different sort is Jeff Carter, who has gone now from originally Philadelphia to that ill-fated stint in Columbus. Many years successful in Los Angeles, and now he's going to go play for the other Pennsylvania team. He's headed to the Pittsburgh Penguins because Rob Blake decided to ruin my day yesterday by making that trade. We're going to hear right now from Hunter Hodes, who talked about his reactions to the Jeff Carter deal. Hunter Hodes right now from Locked On Penguins.
Hey everyone, Hunter Hodes here of Locked On Penguins. It is trade deadline day, and yes, the Penguins have made their first trade, probably their only trade, getting former Philadelphia Flyer Jeff Carter from the Los Angeles Kings, trading away a conditional draft pick in next year's draft and a conditional draft pick in the 2023 draft. And the Kings are retaining 50% of his salary, which means he's only going to make $2.65 million for this year. And next year, I absolutely love this deal. They can plug him in as a third-line center and have him centering potentially Jason Zucker and Adam Rodriguez, or they can put him up on Malkin's left wing and have McCann be the third-line center, Jason Zucker on the left wing, or Adam Rodriguez there. But it gives the team more flexibility, and Carter is still a pretty damn good shooter, and his underlying numbers are still pretty good. I see this more as a Billy Guerin type move when they made it in 2009, as opposed to trading for the corpse that was Patrick Marleau last year and giving away a pick when he just wasn't really good anymore. Carter still has hands. He's still fast, and I really think he can be a difference maker for this team. But for more news on the Penguins, you can go to check out the Locked On Penguins podcast, and we'll see if they have another move up their sleeve as the deadline gets closer to 3 o'clock.
Sarah, I think you're the best to comment on this as the host of Locked On Kings. What can Jeff Carter still contribute to a top 6 group?
I think that I always hate this answer, but leadership really is an important thing that he can contribute. And it's not like the Penguins need more leaders. They have so many guys on that team who are known for playing that role. But it's going to sound crazy to anyone who is familiar with Jeff Carter from his years in Philadelphia before he got traded out of there. I feel like a lot of people just sort of stopped paying attention to him after that. But he certainly did not have the best reputation off the ice. And in LA, he really, he really settled down in Los Angeles. And I think something clicked for him in taking it seriously and really committing to, playing the right way and being the right guy off the ice and everything. And now he, has like 2 adorable children, and he's just like the most boring dad, and it's great. But all of the young guys on that team have talked so much about what Jeff Carter has meant to them in their development and in helping them adjust to being a professional. So I think that is really important. Pittsburgh is a team that every time I look at them, they have 6 guys on the roster who are 22 years old who I've never heard of before, and they all put up 20 goals a year because they're playing with Sidney Crosby or whatever. So there's lots of young guys in Pittsburgh who can use yet another guy to kind of help them navigate being a pro. And, he still does bring speed. He still does have really good hands. The Kings are just cursed. The Kings just cannot score. It doesn't matter who you are. You could bring like Mark Stone could come to the Kings and somehow his shooting percentage would just plummet. Like it's just the way it is. But I think that, he is a really good depth option for the Penguins, especially with the uncertainty around Evgeny Malkin and the fact that he is injured and is always sort of injured, really. I think Carter will provide a lot of good depths. And as a player who can play up and down your lineup, center or wing, he is pretty versatile too. So as someone who grew up in Pittsburgh and still harbors some love for the Penguins because of being my childhood team, I can't hate this one too much, but I also, hate it a little bit.
Oh, I can't stand the Pittsburgh Penguins. Probably my number one most hated team, thanks to Chris Kunitz. And if this was a podcast, we'd put the censor over those 2 words, CK, after 2017 double overtime. Now, we mentioned it's a bunch of 2022 draft picks being moved around. Well, you were really trying to get rid of somebody when the return is a 2023 7th round pick. And that's coming in right past the buzzer. Eric Goodbranson. I told you I was going to will this into existence. He is down in Nash, Vegas, where I hope to see him on a pair with Mark Borowiecki, a couple Sens casts off. They also have Matt Duchene on that team, the cursed Matt Duchene. Whereas when he was in the lineup, they're last place, and then he gets injured, and now they've made a run. It's actually the amount of evidence to show that Matt Duchene is cursed is ridiculous. But that's getting off track. Eric Branson for a 2023 7th round pick. So that's going to be way down the road. To get back to what you were mentioning about depth and what Jeff Carter brings to Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's depth, but to be as effective as he can, you put him with Sidney Crosby. That's just it. The best playmaker in the National Hockey League, no due respect to Connor McDavid or Leon Draisaitl up in Edmonton, but Crosby has shown time and time again that he makes the players he plays with their best selves. And when you have a guy who shoots as much as Jeff Carter, and to me, Sidney Crosby, not only is he an elite playmaker, but he's an elite grinder. Like he plays the game like a 4th line grinder. He gets into the dirty areas right in front of the net. So put Carter on the wing. I know you mentioned he can play center. To me, I have him on right wing there when Jake Gensel gets healthy, if he's not already, on the left side there with Sidney Crosby. And those guys are going to funnel so many pucks at the net, and then Crosby's just going to go in and do what he does. So I think that it's actually an underrated pickup, and the first from Ron Hextall with Pittsburgh, and that's got Brian Burke all over it as well. So I think that Pittsburgh made themselves better. They're getting better goaltending right now, which is going to go a long way for them. I just don't know if they have what it takes to get out of that tough division, man. There's too many good teams up there, but why not try? Whenever you have Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin on the wrong side of 30, you have to go for it, and that's just it. Whereas you could almost say the same with the Kings, right? Their 2 best players, their highest paid players, are on the other side of 30 with Anze Kopitar and Drew Doughty. This is, again, bringing in a couple draft picks. When is the gear going to shift in Los Angeles?
I think that we had sort of hoped that this year would be kind of the start. And Rob Blake sort of said part of his vision for the team was that this year would be, the Kings might not necessarily make the playoffs, but they would be playing competitive hockey down the stretch. And they were until they shot themselves in the foot, losing to the Sharks like 6 times in a row or whatever. If not for those games, we would maybe be in a different position. But I think that now with more roster spots opening up with the Kings and, a lot of the kids doing really well in the AHL, that we're going to get a glimpse of them, I think, in the final weeks of this season. And I'm hoping that next year is going to be the start of the Kings starting to really make that jump back up the standings and become a team that doesn't bring me pain every day.
Well, the building blocks are certainly in place, and you're seeing that from the Ontario Reign and above. Now we'll bring on one of the rivals of those Los Angeles Kings. Kyle Demetrius joins us of Locked On Sharks. A couple minor moves for the Sharks.
They made 5. They're the busiest team on deadline day.
All right. Well, Kyle Demetrius coming in hot. 5 moves. How many of them are of substance at all?
They got Barabanov from Toronto, which, I mean, he can punch people in the face, I guess. But I don't know.
Barabanov, he's a little Russian guy. He's just going to run up and down the ice. He maybe has 2 PIMs on the season. I don't know what you're getting at there, but yeah, I don't know. So what other moves? They got rid of Freddie Claesson. What's going on? And I know they've won a few games recently. Is there a real playoff push going on in San Jose?
No, they're bad. They beat the Kings once and the Ducks twice, and we're like, oh no, we're somehow in the playoffs. But they're not. All of these moves today were just like purely acquiring assets so they can do stuff. So I know they're a bunch of fourths and fifths to money launder for a bunch of other teams, but like that's what you got to do when you have a bunch of cap space, is just get assets. And we look at every year during the draft and stuff like that, people always trade up, trade down, and these picks are the things that get attached to other trades. And I mean, like a 4th round pick, yeah, you're taking a dart throw, but I'd rather take 4 dart throws than 1 dart throw.
Do you think that this is going to be the new trend of the Doug Wilson money laundering, of just being the guy to facilitate a trade for another team? I feel like Doug Wilson's just so good at this. Like, I hate it, but he's really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think he wanted to. more of a purely circumstantial situation where the Sharks bottomed out and he ended up with, I think it was like 11 million in deadline space. So, yeah, purely by circumstance, really interesting way to go about it. I was really hoping he would get in on some bigger trades, but Hall went for nothing. So there's no need there. And Sam Bennett didn't really have a big contract. So I was hoping he would get in on some of these bigger deals, but the Foligno trade was a nice way to grab some assets and stuff. And hey, listen, like that's all you can do when you're bad, and nobody wants Marcus Sorensen, sadly.
Do you totally just forgot what the question was. We'll talk about goaltending while I try to remember what the other question was. It was a good question. I'll figure it out later.
Is this about our new king, Magnus Krona?
I mean, it can be, yeah. So you guys did get rid of Devin Dubnyk, who was marginally better than Martin Jones, which I think
he wasn't. That's the sad thing, is that he somehow was outplayed by Martin Jones coming down the stretch, which is just a mind-boggling thing to say.
Is there, what's the pipeline look like for the Sharks after Martin Jones? Like, who is the future goaltender for them?
Have you ever seen like an abandoned warehouse and they pick up like a pipe and look in it and there's nothing on the other end?
Yeah, it's called the Kings from the past couple seasons.
Yeah, that's exactly what the pipeline is in San Jose, because they have Martin Jones for another year. Hopefully they buy him out, but he's got 3 more years on his contract. And then from there, it's a bunch of guys that nobody's ever heard of, much like the rest of the Sharks roster. So it's Josef Korenosh and then Alexei Melnichuk, who's Russian. They just signed him this year. Then they have Zach Amond out of the Q, who's like a long-term project. They have, Sam Harvey, who got signed out of U Sports, which is funny. And then they just traded for Magnus Krona, who's 6'6" and gigantic, played for University of Denver. So I have no idea if he's going to turn anything. He seems more of like a project. So the pipeline for the goalies is very dry.
Are you surprised they didn't move Patrick Marleau?
No. Yes. No. I don't know, because he came hot in the last couple of weeks where he said that he would be open to a contender, but what contender is going to want a 42-year-old that isn't producing? So I'm not surprised, because the games played record is also going to be broken this week by him, and it happened to fall after the deadline. So like, I guess they were keeping him around for that. And that's what I thought the whole point of the season was. But then he was saying he wanted to go. So I'm not surprised that he stayed. But in light of a last couple of comments that he made, but like, who wants anybody from San Jose? Let's be honest here.
I mean, or at least that San Jose would be willing to part with, because I think lots of people would line up to take,
Yeah, Timo Meyer.
But
yeah. But I mean, like actual like the weird bit parts that make up the bottom of a roster that nobody's ever heard of. Like it's Marcus Sorensen, Dylan Gambrell, Stefan Nason got traded, but he was already in the minors. So it's like guys like that. And is anybody like hurting for Marcus Sorensen?
I mean, you probably could have talked some poor, awful random team into it.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah. I just have zero idea what teams would want from San Jose, and that's why they ended up doing money laundering, and they just did it twice. And I was hoping they would do it for a third time, but I guess that's just too much to ask.
Well, we've got still more great trade news coming up. I'll close with one question for you. Looking forward to the future with all of this draft capital that the Sharks have gained, what are you hoping that they do in the offseason leading up to draft day and to retool for next season?
The Sharks, it's called a reset, Sarah, not a retool.
Sorry, my bad.
Reset. So put that in the GM speak, however you want. But if you look at the last couple drafts, so Doug Wilson Jr. has taken over the draft strategy and the scouting and everything for San Jose since 2017. So if you go back and look at their last couple drafts, they've really had a focus on creating scoring chances off the rush and really good transition players, and then good puck-moving defensemen. So guys like Ryan Merkley, Artemi Knizev, not Nikolai Knizev, not Artemi Knizev. There's two of them. They're one of them's on the NHL team, one of them's in the queue. They're the same guy. Look at those guys. Then you look at last year's draft class where they took 9 forwards. They got guys like Tristan Robbins, Ozzy Weissblatt, Danil Gushin, Brandon Coe. These are all guys that are going to be solid and creates chances off the rush. And they're kind of the prototypical Sharks prospect now that Doug Wilson Jr. has taken over. And they got Danil Gushin in the 4th round, and they got Tristan Robbins later. They've got Brandon Coe in the 4th round. So hopefully they're taking more dart throws on guys like this, where they are kind of following sort of the analytics and sort of trying to figure out the best way to play. And so I'm hoping they do more of that, or they can just package them all up with somebody and get somebody. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see San Jose take like 9 dudes again this year, which is funny.
Well, it's par for the course. Well, thank you for sharing all your news with San Jose and the 8,000 trades they did to gain more draft picks.
They don't ask how, they just ask how many, I think is the saying.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
it was 5.
5, 18, whatever. We're going to keep with California coming up next, because the Ducks are not done. In addition to the fact that they moved out Ben Hutton, they also are acquiring Hayden Fleury from the Carolina Hurricanes. So we're going to have Jason Hernandez from Locked on Ducks joining us to share what exactly his team has done to prepare for the future as they also retool or rebuild or whatever we want to call it. Yeah, it's been rough in California for the past couple of years for all of us. You are muted, Ross.
Nice, good stuff. Usually I just do it on my microphone, but this time I went up and did it on the screen. I digress. No, we had that as like the trip of death back in the day, where you'd have to go as an Eastern team. You'd do the LA, Anaheim typically on a back-to-back, and then go up the coast to San Jose. Those were never easy points to get, and it's just kind of the natural progression of the NHL, right? They come in waves, and right now it's a rebuilding time. Maybe a bit of a misassessment by the San Jose Sharks to go all in and give up a first, second, and a first-line center and a few other assets to get Erik Karlsson, sign him to a deal. Obviously a great player, but that's coming back to bite them now. And yeah, again, it always comes down to goaltending in the National Hockey League, and Martin Jones and Jonathan Quick probably a bit past his prime is fair to say. And I mean, probably John Gibson and JD Hernandez going to be looking at me like, that's not the case in Anaheim, where they just seemingly can't get on the score sheet. But goals are coming, both from the back end and offensively with Zegras and Drysdale. I know JD keeps a close tab on the San Diego Gulls, who have just been terrorizing all their opponents. And JD Hernandez from Locked on Ducks joins us now. JD, who's the more fun team to watch right now, the Gulls or the Ducks?
Like, that's a question. It's absolutely the San Diego Gulls, because they're at least winning games. And it's having these, 6-4, 7-5, 8-6 nonsense, whatever happened in Tucson this past weekend. I was doing double duty on the Ducks and the Gulls over the weekend. And I was like, okay, goal here. And someone said, are the Ducks scoring this much? Like, no, San Diego's scoring this much. When you have a guy like Trevor Zegras on your team, they're immediately that much better. Well, rather, Trevor Zegras being used properly, which is a whole other can of worms.
For people who haven't kept up with the whole Trevor Zegras thing, what is the deal with him? Why is he not playing a million minutes in the NHL?
Well, it all started with his first game in Arizona, where he made maybe one little mental mistake, and Coach Dallas Eakins decided to bench him for the entirety of an entire period for whatever reason, and then it continued on the following game and the following game after that. Then he eventually got scratched and healthy scratched when, at the time, they were trying to limit his games by saying, let's not have the ELC come into play yet. Then they said, okay, we're going to play him the 7 games. Now it's a situation where they don't want to play him 26 games in order to get the accrued amount of games on a contract. That way he would not become a UFA until the 27-28 season. So they're really trying to control him for 7 years down the line, which is kind of ridiculous. Looking that far down,
isn't it?
It's exactly baseball style. He's trying to moneyball in Anaheim for some reason.
Well, they made a pretty big splash here right past the deadline. And the numbers, I don't think, tell the whole story when it comes to Hayden Fleury. Only 1 goal in 35 games this season. No assists, but he was a highly touted prospect. He's played well at the American League level. It looks like a pick and a depth prospect. And I'm not even going to try to pronunciate that Finnish name on the back end. But what do you think? Do you think he goes in and fits into a top 4 role right away? Or what do you see the need and basically where you would place this asset?
Are you saying the name down here? Are you saying that name, Yanni Hakanpää?
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. I've had to say that name for 3 years because he's been in San Diego for a couple years. Yanni Hakanpää is one of those grinder type players that had been trying for so long to get into the National Hockey League. Finally did at age 28. He's had some very good games at the start of the season. He's tailed off a little bit recently. And honestly, this is not a terrible trade for the Ducks. Are obviously sellers to give up Hakanpää and a 6th round pick, which is fine. And Hayden Fleury has been underperforming for Carolina so far this season. But the Yanni Hakanpää deal is kind of half of what the Ducks just did because, the 6th is whatever. Then you see they made the other trade a few minutes prior where they gave up Ben Hutton. That one's also kind of a bigger deal because they got a 7th round pick or 5th round pick for Ben Hutton rather. And I already see Ducks fans on Twitter. I'm looking on Twitter going, wow, they traded Ben Hutton and got something back in return because Ben Hutton had been doing awful this season. The defense has been one of the biggest liabilities in the Ducks so far this season, as evidenced by their goals against. They're amongst the last in the league as far as goals against. So, offense, whatever. For a while, I would say the Ducks had among the best defense for about a month in the season. I know small sample size, but look where they're at now. They're clearly selling. They're third from last in the NHL in percentage points. I know Ducks fans wish they were second because they could have gotten Victor Mete off of waivers. But no, Ottawa had to go in there and swoop him up. So thanks, Ross. Thanks for taking him, I guess.
They needed that in a bad way. And then moving on, like Ottawa's taken out a 28-year-old, a 34-year-old, and a 30-year-old out of the lineup and introduced a 21-year-old fresh out of college and now a 22-year-old in Victor Mete. But that's kind of the style that Anaheim is trending towards as well. Now, are you surprised that maybe they didn't do more selling at the National Hockey League level?
There's the big surprise. I'm surprised that Rickard Rakell did not go anywhere because he was looking at possibly getting a big package, and the Ducks definitely would have asked for at least a 1st round pick and possibly a high-end prospect, or at least a 1st and maybe a 3rd. To not trade Rakell right now when the iron's hot, it is what it is. The Ducks might want to keep Rakell for longer. That's fine. Then there's the other name that was lobbied around a lot, and that would be Josh Manson. Now, there were rumors earlier today that maybe Josh Manson could have gone to Winnipeg. That would have been a good trade for the Winnipeg Jets because Cam Fowler is a top 4 defensive player, but he has that long contract still. He has a lot of money left on the deal. So maybe other teams saw that number and went, well, maybe not so much. And the Ducks do want to keep that alternate captain with Josh Manson. But really, you could have gotten a 1st and a 2nd for Josh Manson. And clearly, the Ducks are not going to make the playoffs. In fact, they are as I'm going to use this phrase, and I use this derisively, and Sarah knows what I'm going to say. Retooling. Bob Murray says this is not a retool. It's a full-on rebuild. They're third from the last in the league. I see you nodding, Sarah. You've heard me say that word several times so far this season, unfortunately.
Well, if that's the case, then is it simply a respect factor for Ryan Getzlaf? Because I think he could still help a team. We saw Corey Perry go, and he's doing his thing in Montreal. Is that just a legacy situation?
It might be. Sarah, I know you're laughing because you host Locked On Kings, and you're enjoying this way too much. It is a legacy thing because Ryan Getzlaf has said in prior years he wants to retire as a Duck. He wants to be a lifelong Duck. I know he could have gone elsewhere, and his name was lobbied around, but he had that no trade clause that maybe he wasn't going to get traded this season, and he still has 8 1/4 left in his contract. But it's a 1-year deal. He would essentially be a 1-month rental for a team, and that would have been it, just a 1 month. So if the Ducks would have retained maybe 25% of that salary, they would have said, yeah, that's fine, 25%. So that means someone would have gotten him, but still for $6 million for a rental, that would have to be a pretty damn good rental. And Ryan Getzlaf has not been performing up to his capabilities of his prior seasons. You know, he's an older player. He's 35 years old. But then, like you mentioned, Corey Perry. Look what he did with the Dallas Stars last year, aside from the meme factor at the Winter Classic. That notwithstanding, he had a very good run to the Stanley Cup Final. He had a very important goal for the Dallas Stars in the Stanley Cup Final. And at the time he got that game-winning goal for the Dallas Stars in the Stanley Cup Final, a lot of us looked at each other and said, oh, wait, Corey Perry performed and produced and got a game-winning goal, and maybe he could be the difference, and maybe they might win the Stanley Cup, and maybe he'll get a second? What? Yeah, we were all seething at that. And now to see him doing fairly well in Montreal, and the Ducks are paying him $6+ million this season to perform in Montreal. Yes, you heard that number right. $6 million to play somewhere else. I think the Ducks also did not want to get in that situation again, where they would say, we're going to pay this person way too much money to play elsewhere. And I know the Ducks might have to be, willing to eat some of that contract for Getzlaf and probably Manson. I don't know if Bob Murray's ready to do that yet.
Before we get you out of here, JD, what's the latest with my boy Silfverberg?
So you mean Jakob Silfverberg?
Well, he's got the chant going for him when he scores. Back in the day, yeah, I had his jersey, and then he was traded about a month later.
Sorry.
Yeah,
he's probably one of the lone bright spots for the Ducks this season. In a season where they're not scoring all that much, he's one of the bright spots. Him and the drama-filled Adam Henrique, they're starting to produce a little bit more. As far as, I just want to mention this just one last time. As far as Zegras goes, look for him to be back in Anaheim in 2 weeks, and look for some tweets out of myself regarding Trevor Zegras over the week, because he'll be playing Sarah's Ontario Reign on Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday in Irvine. What?
I don't want this.
And Thursday, I'll send pictures. And Thursday in El Segundo. So I'll definitely be covering those games on Locked On Ducks, or I guess Locked On Goals for the weekly fans out there.
Unreal. Love that. And it seems like when Trevor Zegras does make it to the NHL, it could be a perfect complement to Jakob Silfverberg and the goal scoring, the passing. So we'll be looking forward to that.
Wait for the Michigan, baby.
As the retool continues. JD, thanks for taking the time, and everyone go listen to Locked On Ducks for your daily dose of Anaheim Ducks news and notes, and the San Diego Gulls.
San Diego Gulls.
Well, and with that, we say goodbye to JD, and we go right to Music City, Nashville. The Predators, they made, I'm going to call it a splash just because I'm happy to see Eric Branson out of Ottawa, regardless of the return. But this has been an interesting season for the Nashville Predators, almost a tale of two stories. At the start of the year, they couldn't get anything going right. What's been the difference and allowed Nashville to win a few extra games here, Justin?
It's been pretty interesting to say the least. I mean, it's been asked multiple times in post games about what has been that moment that changed for this team. And it was the big road trip that happened back in March. They had the longest road trip in franchise history. It took them all over the place for over 2 weeks. And that's when we saw things start to turn around. I mean, they entered that road trip losing 3 straight games, looking pretty awful against the top teams in the Central. And they go on this road trip and end it with a 4-3-1 record, dealing with multiple injuries and many things after that. And now they've won a ton of games out of their past 13. It's looking good for the Predators overall, just because the youth have really stepped up and stepped in without Ryan Ellis overall, without Matt Duchene, even without Justus Saros for a while. They're winning with Pekka Rinne in there, and then just injuries keep mounting over this Nashville Predators team. Philip Forsberg out, Eli Tolvanen out, Matthew Olivier out, Alex Carrier, who stepped in because of injuries, he's out. Lucas Spiza has been on the IR for God knows how long. It's been pretty crazy to see all the injuries with this team, and they still have found ways to win, and something just clicked in them. And that's been the change, that something clicked, something changed. I mean, we were all talking about how they need to sell hard and go for the full rebuild, which I still think in the offseason they need to sell enough to prepare for the future. But now what we're seeing is the youth was ready and prepared, and this is basically the kind of team they should have went with at the beginning. And instead of signing a bunch of those veterans in the offseason, they should have went with the youth and given John Hines the youth to play with, because they're hungry and they've been playing like it as well.
So acquiring Eric, yes, I just want to acquire Eric Branson. Is that just a stopgap while the injured players get back on the back end?
That's pretty much what it seems like. It's one of those type of trades for this team, because they have so many injuries happening right now. And I mean, the return for that is not like they're spending a lot. I still would have preferred this team to just stand pat than buy, and it's still considered a buy. I'd rather them actually have sold a little bit as well, just to give some guys more confidence in terms of their spot being there, like an Eric Hollis, selling him for a 5th or 6th round pick to make sure that Matt Duchene comes back and doesn't kick any of the young guys off as well. But they decide not to go that route, and as this team gets healthier, you're going to see this team change, and I actually don't like that. I like how some of these young guys have been playing and earning their roles. I mean, Tanner Jeannot had a hell of a game last night, just the way he played the body and fit very well in the bottom 6 for this team, and he's one of those guys that he probably will get bounced out. You'll see a Rem Pitlick get bounced out, and you'll see Jeremy Davies potentially get bounced for some of these things as well. So I think, yeah, it's a stopgap right now, and obviously bringing some leadership in, but it's kind of telling when you see on Elite Prospects on how they describe Eric Gudbranson, which is he's a great leader in the locker room, is the first thing you see. That's not, I mean, that's valuable, but it's not one of those things that's going to help you go far all the time. It's good to have the valuable leadership in the locker room. It's good for him to get out of Ottawa in that situation there. But for the Predators, for me, I just want to see these young guys get more playing time, and that takes away from this. I mean, we'll hear from General Manager David Poyle later this afternoon on the reasons why, and if he was approached in any other things. He's pretty tight-lipped usually. That's why we don't see much slip out of Nashville early on in terms of rumors. So we just be curious to see what he says about it.
Yeah, well, I just want to mention, I grew up playing with Eric Branson as well, and I covered, obviously, the Senators. So you're just getting a tough guy who's going to stand up for his teammates. He's known as being great in the locker room, and what he brings on ice, there's going to be more mistakes than there are plays where you're like, all right, here he is. But he's going to stand up for the kids, and he can be kind of a fill-in gap. And I know, Sarah, you saw a bit of him when he was with Anaheim as well.
Yeah, I got to see a bit of him. And then you also mentioned a couple of players who I have also gotten to see a whole ton of this season with the Chicago Wolves, and that's Tanner Jeannot, Rem Pitlick, Jeremy Davies. Those 3 guys have been crucial for the Wolves. Rem Pitlick only just recently lost his, I think he led the team in points or goals or something, even though he hadn't been on the team in quite some time, spending time up with Nashville. Only just recently lost that title, I think, to Tanner Jeannot, who is now Wolves fans are up in arms because Nashville has claimed him back. He's been fantastic, and it seems like this year the offense really kicked in for him, as well as just sort of the all-around game. So you guys do have some really intriguing young pieces coming up through the pipeline. Phil Tomasino, I know I've seen a bunch of, who has basically said, I'd rather be in the NHL. I want to be there, and he's doing everything he can to prove he should get up there sooner rather than later. One big name that has come up a lot with the Predators was Matthias Ekholm, who was on the top of a lot of trade boards, knew it was going to take a lot to get something done. And they ended up keeping him. Are you surprised, or is this sort of where you thought they would end up?
I'm not surprised anymore. I mean, with the way the team was starting to perform, it was for those of us that wanted this team to start on the rebuild mode and to make some of those moves. The more they kept winning, the more we're going, well, there goes that thought process and idea, because that's one of those pieces there that if this team was obviously not going to make the playoffs and you knew they were not going to make the playoffs, that yes, you need to trade a guy like Mattias Ekholm because his value has never been higher. I mean, he came back from injury, playing some of the best hockey that we've seen him play. He's obviously a leader. He's willing to stand up for guys. I mean, anyone that watches Predators games and you see the crazy eyes come on Mattias Ekholm, it's you don't want to take him off because he's a big dude as well, but he's also a puck-moving defenseman and can provide some offense and can play on the power play as well as the penalty kill. So he's been a great mentor to a lot of young players like a Dante Fabro, to Alex Carrier before. I mean, to so many different guys. And he's back with Ryan Ellis. Ryan Ellis is coming back from injury. So his value is tremendous. I think his value will still be high this offseason, but not as high as it was right now because you had teams out there that were looking for his type of player. I mean, the talk started to happen when Ekblad went down of, well, that would be a perfect fit for Florida. And Nashville just not selling those pieces. I mean, there are a lot of pieces in play just a month ago, and then everything just flipped. And I think that's what we're going to hear is that Poyle was probably receiving a lot more phone calls 3-4 weeks ago than he's been receiving the past 2 weeks because he probably just shut a lot of it down and knowing this team has an opportunity to make the playoffs. Will they go far? I cannot see this team going far given who their first round opponents would most likely be. If anything, it would be a good experience for these young guys to get in there. And I still think the Predators need to make plenty of moves this offseason. Whether it's Ellis or Ekholm, I think one of them has to go. Johansson, Duchesne, one of them has to go. See what you can work out with Seattle. But you got to make some moves to clear cap space and to prepare this team to reopen their window in 2 to 3 years, which they could legitimately do if they play their cards very well and very right. They could do that with some valuable trade assets that they have right now and still continue to build around a Philip Forsberg or an Eeli Tolvanen. And you still have Victor Arvidsson that could be trade bait in the offseason. But none of these guys were really going to go this time. I thought the Predators were going to stand pat. They pretty much did. I mean, this is a very minor move overall. It's not like it made a splash in terms of what they had to send back. So it is just it's a stopgap because of the injuries with bringing Goodbranson in, and obviously they're going to get a little healthier going into the potential playoffs. And as we're seeing now, it's probably going to come down to really Dallas and Nashville, and those 3 games that Nashville has coming up against Chicago and next week are going to be very telling of which one of those 2 teams is going to survive in the chase. So pretty much a stopgap. We'll see what happens there, and the value is still going to be there, but the Predators still have to make some moves this offseason to clear cap and prepare for the future.
A very interesting offseason coming up for the longest-serving general manager, the only general manager in Nashville Predators history, Justin Bradford. Thank you very much for joining us today. We're looking forward to hearing your full breakdown of the Predators and their race for a playoff spot on Locked On Preds. So have a great day. Thank you very much for that. And we've got the biggest trade of the day. We mentioned trades trickled in after the 3 p.m. deadline, Sarah, and we've got a monster deal and a hockey trade at that. 2 very certified NHL players and one who's maybe having a bit of a down year on his way to Washington, and that's Anthony Mantha in exchange for the recently waived Richard Panik and Jakub Vrana, Stanley Cup champion. He played a big part in that, and there to break it down with us is Amy Rothenberger. Amy, how are you doing today? What was your initial reaction to the big trade?
I'm still kind of reeling. This is very, very recent trickle in news. I mean, it's like 5-10 minutes old, maybe, if that. And I've just been scrolling through Twitter while I've been waiting backstage, just seeing all of the Caps fandom out there saying no. And I think I feel that way too. I was a really big fan of Jakub Vrana and the potential that he had yet to bring to this team. He looked really good. And you mentioned he's a Stanley Cup champion, and he's fallen off a little bit under Peter Laviolette, but I think he was trying to work on that, and I think the Caps obviously saw some value in him, as did Detroit. I will be very honest with the both of you and say that I don't know much about Anthony Mantha. And I'll also be very honest and say that I haven't watched a lot of Detroit hockey.
I mean, understandable.
So what I'm hearing from Twitter is you're going to love Anthony Mantha. He's bringing, a lot to the team. I read that I guess there's a first and a second round pick thrown in there with the 2 of them as well. And
Anthony Mantha's cost certainty has to play a role in this. He just got locked up to a pretty long-term deal. I'm just pulling it up right now, but he was on such a high trajectory, and it seems to have stalled, but how can you really blame him? All the talent that he had grown up with. So he's in the first year of a 4-year contract right now at 5.7. And if you can get the Anthony Mantha that you had in his third and fourth year when he had 24 and 25 goals respectively, he's a big power forward who can come in and dominate on the cycle. And I think he'll fit in well to that top six. That, is a pretty steep price because to me, I didn't realize that Jacob Vrana fell out of favor that much. He looks to me as a guy who Detroit's licking their lips.
He was healthy scratch twice in a row last week. Yeah.
So I guess the ratings kind of all when it comes down to Laviolette doesn't play games with that thing. So, man, you're getting a solid player, though, in Anthony Mantha from what I've seen. Obviously, Ottawa being in the same division as Detroit the last few years, this year withstanding. He's a heck of a hockey player when he's at his best.
Well, and it makes me glad that he's not the 32-year-old Michael Ruffle that we also managed to pick up for a bag of pucks a little bit earlier. Who's also a left wing, I believe. So that'll be interesting. I guess that takes care of the 2 spots that are vacated by Vrana and Panik. So it'll be interesting to see where they line up. I'm assuming based on what you said about and what I've very briefly had time to read about Anthony Mantha, that he's going to be in the top 6 and that we'll probably manage to find a place for Michael Ruffle on the 3rd line because our 4th line has had a lot of good chemistry so far this season. So it'll be interesting to see how Laviolette kind of shuffles those around once he's got some stuff to work with. Red Wings fans, you're getting a great kid out of Jacob Vrana. I'm very sad to see him go. I wish I could say the same about Richard Panik, but he was there. He did his job. He was okay. He too. They were taking turns being healthy scratched for a while in these recent couple of weeks. So and people wondered, especially with Vrana having been scratched for 2 games in a row, was that performance? Was that protection from a trade? But he's played a couple games since then, so. I don't know if that was somebody being a little bit sneaky or performance or a little bit of both.
Yeah, I feel like he was there is kind of a lot of the trades I think that we're seeing, especially these late ones that are trickling in. A lot of people are just like, well, that's a guy. That's a guy that will play on my team. Now, I know that obviously you weren't expected to lose Vrana in this trade, and I know that, like you said, a lot of Caps fans are really unhappy about it. Was there another move that you thought the Caps maybe would have made rather than this one on today, or did you kind of not expect them to do anything at all?
Well, I expected something. I think once Jonas Siegenthaler was traded, that was making some cap room, right? So we knew something else was coming. But and one of the things that I had said on my podcast was the 3 places that the Caps needed to look at were goalie, because we have 2 young goalies who have done fairly well, but if one of them gets injured, I don't know if Craig Anderson is going to be the guy we go to in a playoff run deeply.
He's been known to turn it up in playoffs before. I know,
but he hasn't played a game since like February.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It was tongue in cheek, but
I know you have to pull out your old Ottawa history there. But the other 2 were a defenseman, because for some reason Brian McClellan always seems to do something for a defenseman at the trade deadline. In fact, I think since he's been GM, he's always made some sort of defenseman move. And number 3, a center. I'm surprised actually that they're going after wings. I mean, now that we've seen the trade, we know why. But having Lars Eller out for an extended period during this season, having had Nicholas Backstrom get injured during our last playoff run, kind of showed that we weren't all that deep at center, especially this last time with Lars Eller being out. We had TJ Oshie playing center center for a little while because we were so cap strapped that we couldn't bring anybody up from Hershey to take their place. So we did a little bit of position shuffling, and I thought that maybe getting some center depth for a playoff run might have been a good idea. Apparently, I'm not a good general manager because all of a sudden there's a whole new couple of left wings we've got. And we're down one young, great defenseman in Jonas Siegenthaler as well. He's another one that I'm very sad to see go. And a few friends of mine have been talking about how the Caps are running the geriatric wing of the of hockey right now because they're tending to sacrifice their young for older, more experienced guys. I'm glad to see the first thing that I saw when I looked up Anthony Mantha, and this is how clueless I was on him, that he is 26 years old. So at least that's one good thing.
So, Amy, what are the expectations now for the Washington Capitals? You make what I'll call a hockey trade. You give up a little more in the future with those draft picks included, but you're still adding a top 6 player. You're kind of taking out what I thought was a top 6 guy in Veranda, but maybe, as you mentioned, fell out of favor with the coaching staff. This Capitals team, do they have what it takes to make another run?
I think they do. I think a little bit of their mindset needs to change. And one of the things I'm going to talk about, actually, I'm all set to do a crossover tomorrow with Locked on Flyers. And now we have a little bit of something to talk about. One of the things that I've been curious about all season, and a question that I still don't know if I can answer, is what is this team's identity? This is their first year under Peter Laviolette. And when people ask me what kind of team are the Capitals, I used to be able to say they're a really physical team who are, who play the puck hard, who play the opposing team hard, and really try to wear down their defense. I don't see a lot of that this season, and I really haven't seen of it since probably our Cup win. And we had Todd Reirden in there, and I could spend the rest of the afternoon with you about Todd Reirden, but I won't. And so now that we have Peter Laviolette, I think that there's a new system, but I'm not sure how many guys have really bought into it. And the thing I hear from them most often is they keep finding ways to win, and that's true, but I can't really narrow down how. It seems to me, and I've said this elsewhere, that they must be being given a game plan to execute every evening, but I can't tell you whether or not they're executing that game plan because I'm not sure what that game plan is.
This is shocking to me because Sarah and I covered 2 teams that have a combined 29 wins. The Capitals have 27. They're tied for first place. You're talking about them like they're in the lottery.
I know, but I've said this before, and I actually had a locker room chat about this the other night. I think some of it might be a little bit of smoke and mirrors, but we almost lost to the Sabres again the other night. We managed to eke out wins, and we can't manage to, although we did a great job against the Bruins last night, 8-1. A lot of games have been 1-goal games, and we've managed to win a lot of 1-goal games this season, and that's a great thing. But a lot of those games should not have been 1-goal games. Those were 1-goal games that started off as 2- and 3-goal leads that the team managed to lose. And I don't know if you can continue to play like that and make it too deep into the playoffs.
Oh, that's fair. And there's always going to be that extra level of scrutiny when you have proven before that you can win. And that's what the Caps did in 2018. And whether they limp in or however, I think it's safe to say we're going to see Ovi and the boys in the playoffs this year for sure. Awesome. Well, Amy, we look forward to hearing all things Washington Capitals, tuning in to the Locked On Capitals podcast. Really appreciate you joining us. And from a team that is apparently struggling to win in first place in Washington, we go over to Carolina with a team that is steamrolling absolutely everybody. I just love the way the Carolina Hurricanes are built from the back end out. And now even more help coming up with Peter Mrazek back in the mix. I thought maybe they were going to do something in the crease today because they've got strength in numbers here with James Reimer, and Nedeljkovic is playing really well. We welcome in Jared Ellis from the Locked On Hurricanes podcast. Just a minor move right after the deadline. Hayden Fleury going to Anaheim in exchange for a depth defenseman and a 6th-round pick. Jared, how much of that was protecting themselves from Seattle?
I could see some of it being that way. The Hurricanes general manager, Don Waddell, he had said that the one move they'd probably make at the deadline would be for a right shot depth defenseman that they have now gotten with Yanni Hakanpää. I'm sure I'm butchering that name, so I apologize.
You got it. JD was just on with us.
There we go. And they also got a 6th-round pick. But I will say, I feel like with Hayden Fleury, they could have gotten a bit more. Maybe a better pick, I would say. So I'm not super high on the trade right now. But I will say with Hakanpää, he is very big and very physical. Just before it came on here, I saw where he's, I believe, 3rd in the NHL in hits this year, which is something that the Hurricanes could really benefit from, because as much as myself and then other Hurricanes fans love Hayden Fleury, I would say a big criticism for him is his lack of bite. He feels like he could be a bit meaner, and that just wasn't there. So they can get that now because they do have an extremely deep defense core, really.
Yeah, I was going to say is that really seems like a position of strength for the Hurricanes. I feel like every time I turn around, they've got 4 more young defensemen who are fighting for playing time. So was Hayden Fleury just kind of the last man, like the logical guy to send away, or was there another guy who maybe you thought should have been on the trade block instead?
I do feel Hayden Fleury, as much as I like him, I feel, he probably was one of the last guys standing on the trade block. Other guy being Jake Bean. I feel it would have came down to one of those 2 guys, when it came to defensemen that get traded, because obviously Jacob Slavin and Dougie Hamilton aren't going anywhere. Same with Brashy. Now with Jake Gardner coming back into the lineup, it would be one of those guys.
Who's the most important unrestricted free agent to sign? Is it Dougie Hamilton or is it Rod Brindamore?
Oh, man. Rod isn't going to go anywhere for sure. So Dougie's obviously going to get re-signed. I don't see him going anywhere. And then you look at their other free agents. Svetch is a restricted free agent. I think he's going to be the first one to get re-signed out of everyone.
Nice. Well, the Carolina Hurricanes, they're in a tough division there with Florida and Tampa both playing well. Is there a preferred opponent? Let's say you get past Nashville or whoever it happens to be in the first round. Who scares you more coming out of that division?
Who scares us more? I mean, we've beat them both multiple times already this season. So, but honestly, I'd say Tampa scares me more just because of their experience that they have. They know what it takes to win, and that's not taking anything away from Florida, because Florida is an extremely talented team. But I could see that little bit of inexperience creeping in there and being their downfall.
Jared Ellis from Locked On Carolina Hurricanes. We know that it's been a fun season down there, and they've got a ton of not only skill, but they're a fun team to watch. They play fast-paced, and they're well coached. So for all things Locked On to your Carolina Hurricanes, you can follow Jared Ellis and the Locked On Hurricanes podcast. We're now just about an hour past trade deadline here. And I want some final thoughts from you, Sarah, because this to me was maybe not as much magnitude until the end. Like that Mantha trade is a barn burner of a trade. But overall, what's your thoughts going into the stretch run here in such a weird season?
I had actually thought that the trade deadline was going to be way more quiet than it was today. I had expected that a lot of teams weren't going to swing for the fences just because of how uncertain everything is. And yet here we are. We've had little minor trades. We've had big trades. Like people have just been getting stuff done. I think the only thing we haven't seen is those little weird like AHL guy for AHL guy kind of deals. And that's probably only because there really isn't going to be an AHL postseason. So there's not much sense in sending your career depth guy somewhere else to win in the AHL, because there isn't one to have. So there's no cup that's going to be lifted there, really. So it is way more active than I thought it would be. But some of the big names that were on the market, we just talked about with Nashville, with Matthias Ekholm, some guys who we thought were going to be moved are staying put. So definitely some surprises as we wrap up today's trades.
I think we should finish up here with a winner and a loser. I'll start with my winner. We'll go to you, and then we'll end with the negativity. Keep that for the very end, and then send you in to the rest of your day. So my number one winner is the Boston Bruins. Not only did they address their biggest need, which was a left shot guy to play on that top six unit with David Krejci, and you're looking at probably Craig Smith on the right side there, but they go out and they've been ravaged by injuries on the D-corps. Not only injuries, but they lost Torrey Krug in the offseason, and to replace some of that offense now, Mike Riley coming in, and he can really handle himself on a second power play unit if he has to on the top unit with their big guns. And I just look at this as such an opportunity for Taylor Hall to get back on track. He's bounced around now a little bit from New Jersey to Arizona to Buffalo, now Boston. I would be shocked, A, if he doesn't re-sign, and B, if he doesn't contribute heavily down the stretch run. So for that, I have the Boston Bruins as my number one winner in trade deadline day.
Yeah, my non-Boston winner, because I feel like Boston is going to be at the top of pretty much everyone's lists.
You knew I couldn't say Toronto either.
Yeah,
I couldn't. I'm contractually obligated not to.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to pick them either. I was actually going to pick Detroit, who that haul that they got for Anthony Mantha is significant. In addition to the trade laundering that they did the other day, thanks to the connection to Julien Brisebois in Florida. Detroit is just stocking up on future assets, and I just can't get over all of those pieces that went for Anthony Mantha, who is a good hockey player, but I mean, that's a lot that went the other direction. So somehow Steve Yzerman does it again, and just came away with a lot of assets in a draft or in a trade deadline where they didn't really do a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, no, I agree. And whenever Stevie Y is calling you to make a trade, if you're an NHL GM, talk to people around you, because likely you're about to get fleeced. We saw that for years in Tampa Bay. And he came into such a tough situation in Detroit, and he's making the most of it. Not only, like you said, weaponizing his cap space, but when we had Amy on, when I introduced the trade, I didn't mention the draft picks because I didn't know they were there. I thought it was a fair trade, just getting, an extra top 9 forward. I think that they're pretty neck and neck here, Verana and Mantha. I thought it was more of a hockey trade, but to get those extra assets is a complete theft by Stevie Y. And it's scary to think what Detroit is building. I know our Locked On Red Wings buddies, Nolan and Ethan, they're going to have a time with this one at Locked On Red Wings. You can listen to all of our great local experts on the biggest stories all across the National Hockey League, 31 teams, plus the national show. We've got 2 of them now, Locked On NHL and the Cross Check. You had Andrew and Mary hosting the first 2 hours of this stream. Thank you for everyone for tuning in. And now that I've said my thank yous, let's end with a little dagger. Who's your biggest loser today? Whether it was a GM who just didn't do anything that maybe you thought should have, or a move where, you raise your eyebrows at.
I'm actually going to pick on my Southern California colleague, Jason Hernandez, and the Ducks. The Ducks are a team that clearly should be rebuilding. They have a lot of assets who I think that they could have moved, but they just, for whatever reason, they just didn't bite, or they wanted too much and they couldn't get it. So they just held on to guys who they probably shouldn't have. So for a team that it's clear that they need to retool, or whatever the buzzword is now, they haven't been doing that. And I know it's very frustrating for Ducks fans to watch. We talk about teams that don't have an identity. They are struggling with that because they don't know what's coming next or who's going to fill spots or whatever. So they are, unfortunately, sorry, Jason, my loser of the deadline.
And are you able to swear that this is not just a Kings-Ducks rivalry situation?
I promise it isn't. If they had done something nice, I would have, sucked it up and said it. But no, I think that their fan base deserves better than what they're getting from their front office right now.
For sure. And had they sold, maybe they get future assets that could have gone down to San Diego and really helped them push. Although, as you mentioned, very unlikely we see an AHL playoff. So kind of what's the point if you're loading up for that sort of run? My biggest loser, I'm staying in Canada, and it's the Winnipeg Jets. They failed to match what Toronto did, which is get better. I really like the way Winnipeg's built. I love their top 6 forwards. They needed to add a top 4 defenseman. Now, did any really get traded today? No. It was more depth. Like, could you call Mike Riley a top 4 defenseman in the right situation, but with a healthy team? He's more of a 5-6 guy. So maybe that's what happened with Kevin Cheveldayoff, but I would have overpaid for one, frankly, because Winnipeg has made some little moves, and you look at the one big one they made, acquiring Pierre-Luc Dubois for Patrick Laine. I think he owed it to that group to go out and get a top 4 defenseman. Now they got Jordy Ben, again, a depth piece who can play a little bit, but I guess they're really sold that Josh Morrissey can get back to the game that we've seen him play before. But to me, they've just lacked some chip on the blue line. They've got some tough guys. You know Derek Forbert well from his time in LA. They've got some big bodies. I think they could have used an extra puck mover. So my biggest loser here is the Winnipeg Jets. And not that I don't think they're a great team, but I think they could have made themselves that much better.
Yep, that is I'm surprised. Actually, I'm not surprised. Winnipeg usually is quieter than I think they should be.
You know that if any player has a no trade clause, that Winnipeg's probably on that top 5. So thank you so much for everyone listening. We want to give a special shout out to our channel coordinator and producer of this live stream, Sean Woodley, for all the help and support, and all of our great local experts who joined us today. So for Sarah Avampato of Locked On Kings, I'm Ross Levitan. You can find me at Locked On Senators. Enjoy the rest of figuring out what's happened. That's my favorite part, Sarah, is after trade deadline, trying to piece together where everybody is, but there's still a stretch run and some great playoffs. So local experts on the biggest stories. You can follow along all 31 NHL teams. It's a Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.